it's a spooky, spectacular feast of motorsport here at Brands Hatch this weekend. The season finale for the British Truck Racing Championship Pointy. It's going to be a blast, isn't it?
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. That's Ian Waterhouse, by the way, just in case you don't know, behind the beautiful.
Well, some people say this is an improvement.
I mean, no. I'm going to double down and say, look, fantastic without a mask.
Thank you so much. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship. We also have the final for the TCR UK Civic Cup Junior Saloon Car Championship Mini Challenge Trophy and track action as well. Dear oh dear, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The drivers currently in second place. They need a trick up their sleeve, but who is going to leave with a real treat this weekend? There's only one way to find out, isn't there? And that's to go racing a little bit earlier, though. I was here yesterday, by the way, Pointy.
I got here, it was 10 past midnight.
Okay, yeah, I was here yesterday, and just ahead of the Junior Saloon Car Championship race about to come up, I caught up with all three title protagonists. Let's hear from them now. So the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship comes to a close this weekend at Brands Hatch, and we have three drivers separated by just 17 points. We've got Josh Salvadori, with Butler, and Ollie Kerr here. And Josh, you currently sit top of the pile. What would it mean to you if you can get the job done this weekend?
It's a pretty good achievement. I just want to make family and team proud, and show that the hard work we put in pays off.
Ollie, we'll come to you next as well. If we just pass the mic down there, it's been a season of consistency for you, hasn't it?
I think, it has definitely been a season of consistency. Obviously, the beginning of the year wasn't our strongest, but once we kind of fixed all the issues with the car, we kind of took our stride, and we're definitely getting triple pole at Silverstone and Croft. And then obviously consistently staying on the podium has definitely helped us to kind of claw our way back in the championship.
What will it mean to you then if you can come out on top this weekend?
Obviously, after doing it for 3 years, it'd be quite a special thing to win. And obviously, as being a dad and lad kind of team, it'd be pretty special.
Excellent. Well, if we'll come to you now, of course, you've been lightning fast this season, but perhaps a little bit of bad luck has just dropped you back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after the last round we had Owen just got back into the championship lead, and then unfortunate failure. So yeah, it'll be hard work for us this weekend, but we'll see what we can do.
Anything can happen, and what would it mean to you if you can be the one who comes out on top?
Yeah, it would be massive. Like Ollie said, just 3 years in the championship, it would just be such a special way to end it off and make parents proud and team proud.
I'm sure they already are proud of you. Josh, let's come back to you and tell us your season highlight in 2025 so far. There might be another one coming up.
I don't know, I think we've had some good moments. Triple pole at Donington to start the year, that was a good way to start the year. Thruxton, me and Wolf having some good battles, and last minute overtake to go from third to first, that was a pretty good moment.
Good stuff. We'll pass it down, but Wilf, let's come to you as you're in the middle. What's been your season highlight so far?
I'd probably say Silverstone Circuit, winning there. I mean, it's just an amazing feeling watching F1 drivers race on that track, and having the joy of being there and holding a trophy there is just it's just amazing.
Ollie, what about you? I think you might have already touched on one a bit earlier.
I think kind of our highlight of the season is getting Silverstone and Croft triple pole back to back. I think that was a pretty cool moment.
Right, you've got the microphone, so you might as well hold on to it for a second. You've been with JSSC for a few years now. What's been the biggest thing you've learned in your motorsport journey so far?
I think the biggest thing I've learned throughout my career in the JSSC is definitely the racecraft and how to kind of come out of the pits and push straight on. So I think that's what's been the biggest learning of this year.
Well, what would you say for you over the last 3 years has been the biggest thing you've taken away?
I'd say from when I was younger in my karting sort of years, you learn a lot about racecraft through there, but when you come into JSSC, it's learning how to manipulate like a heavy car around what other people are doing, and just getting pace out of a car. It's completely different to everything. So yeah, it's really learning a lot about weight transfer and all of that.
Josh, same question really for you. You've had a bit of time to think about it as well.
Yeah, same kind of thing with these two guys, but another big thing is track limits.
Yes, track limits. We could talk about that all day. So let's quickly move on, shall we? Brands Hatch, Indy, of course. Josh, what's it like as a circuit? And are you excited for the weekend and the conditions we might have?
Yeah, it's a good track, you know, it's obviously well maintained and it's quite historical, pretty fun to drive, maybe not so much in the wet, it's a bit scary, but yeah, we'll look forward to it. It's, yeah, it should be exciting.
Well, we've got a sellout crowd at Brands Hatch this weekend. What is it like coming here racing, knowing it's going to be a sellout? And of course, you've been on the truck field quite a lot this season.
It's just amazing, really. I mean, just a paddock environment before you get onto the track, and when you get out of the car and you see all the people in the grandstand, it's just an amazing feeling. Adds a bit of pressure, but yeah, it's really cool.
Right, Ollie, let's come to you very quickly. Wilf just mentioned there about the atmosphere in the paddock. You three all look like you get on quite well. Is that fair to say? Are you mates off the track as well as rivals on it?
I think it's fair to say we're mates off track, and especially with Wilf, I go to college with him, so I kind of...
You've not had enough of him by now?
Slowly. But yeah, we're all kind of friends, and I think we all get on quite well off track.
Now, you're all 17, of course, and 17 is a magic number because it's 17 points that separates the three of you in the championship. So what does 2026 look like for you? Ollie, have you started to make plans?
I think for 2026, we're going kind of the historic route. I think we have the cars for it, so I think that's definitely a platform to kind of build on.
Excellent. Well, same question for you. What's the plans for next year, if you can tell us?
We've been looking at a lot of different championships, but I think Civics is looking really promising for us with sponsors and everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully down that route.
Excellent. Josh?
Yeah, similar to Wilf, you know, been looking at different championships and it's looking like maybe Mini Coopers or Civics. Just, yeah, need to do some work over winter and see where we end up.
Well, guys, thank you so much for taking the time out. By just after about 12:30, 1 o'clock maybe on Sunday, we will know who is going to be the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Best of luck to you all. Thanks for coming down.
To hear from our contenders there in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's a very good morning from trackside here at Brands Hatch Racecircuit, the home of motorsport in the southeast of England, here on BARC TV for the penultimate time in 2025. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action today, and we got a spectacular weekend coming up. 2 huge days of motorsport. For the second time this season, we see the British Truck Racing Championship and the TCR UK Touring Car Championship on the same bill. We saw them together at Snetterton back in September. A rather damp and rainy weekend that was. Thankfully slightly more clement conditions here. The TCR UK Touring Cars just finishing their qualifying session off before we get our first race underway, which will be the Junior Saloon Cars. Just checking how long there is to go. Just a couple of minutes left in the TCR UK qualifying session. It's currently Adam Shepherd, the championship leader, who is quicker. Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill will be joining us over the course of this weekend to take us through the TCR action. So the first race, 15 minutes for the Junior Saloon Cars. We've already heard from our 3 title contenders. That's followed by the first of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, where we will see 5 drivers going for the title in Division 1. Ryan Smith looking for a record 10th consecutive title. Now, of course, Stuart Oliver has won 10 in the past, but he has not won them consecutively, so Ryan Smith will be the first to win 10 in a row. Stuart Oliver, one of his challengers. We'll give you more info on the points charts as soon as we get to that first race today. David Jenkins, John Bowler and Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, his other challengers. While in Division 2 there's a very interesting battle as well. That's followed by the Track Action Racing Club, their eclectic mixture of different saloon cars. No points on the Track Action races, their first race of the weekend coming up after the lunch break, and that's followed by the Milltek Civic Cup. Their championship will be decided here this weekend as well. And we also have the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy for identical Mini Cooper 1600cc machines. And the championship is still very much open in there. Alex Keane's currently leading the way. One of his main challengers, unfortunately not here this weekend, that being Gabe Fairbrother. He's out due to an injury he suffered earlier this season, so get well soon, Gabe. So Alex Keane will start as the championship favourites here this weekend. So we'll shortly be underway with our first race of the weekend here at a sunny Brands Hatch. The track has dried out after overnight rain. The junior saloons had the trickiest of the qualifying. They were out first at 9 AM and had to contend with some damp patches on the track. Thankfully there was only one minor incident in qualifying this morning. Ben Ward slid into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. But he'll be okay to continue in the race today. First of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And we'll just look at the points in that division. It is Josh Salvadori, who we've just heard from, who leads the point standings. He's 14 points clear of number treble 2 Ollie Kerr, with number 70 Wolf Butler 3 points further back in third. So 17 points cover the top 3 in the championship, and it is double points this weekend as well. So there's 50 points on offer for a race win instead of the usual 25, and 2 points for the fastest lap in each race as well. So the maximum you can score in a race is 52. Salvadori, Kerr and Butler will all be looking for a maximum score of 156 to try and take the title here this weekend. I can tell you Wolf Butler has struck first with pole position from the qualifying session this morning. We'll give you the full grid very shortly before we get the first race underway. Of course, also this weekend we've got plenty of off-track entertainment as well. We've got the firework display taking place at the end of the programme tomorrow, the show truck parade as well. That's coming up as darkness falls tomorrow here at Brands Hatch. It'll be a sellout crowd here this weekend for tomorrow's truck races and fireworks. Always a sellout weekend here at Brands Hatch, and we will see if Ryan Smith can make it 10 in a row here at Brands Hatch this weekend. And also in Division 2, where Jake Evans and Callum Eason, both newcomers this year, start equal on points coming into the final round of the year with 5 races to run. That's even more remarkable in Jake Evans' case, I would say, because when you consider that he had a no score at Thruxton earlier this year when his engine went bang in qualifying, then that is quite remarkable to see Jake up their level in the championship lead. Just completed our qualifying session then for TCR UK with Adam Shepherd in his Cupra Leon quickest ahead of the Hyundai Elantra of Callum Newsom, separated by just 0.2 of a second there. As we say, Andy McEwen will be joining us today, and Paul O'Neill will be here as well tomorrow to take us through the TCR action. A total of 18 cars took part in that qualifying session, certainly the best entry of the season here for TCR UK. Great to have Darryl Wilson, the Birmingham-based driver, in his Opel Astra, his Vauxhall Astra rather, back out on track first of the Gen 1 Cup cars. And also Jensen O'Neill going at the age of 16, making his debut in TCR this weekend. The young Jam Sport racer, the former Fiesta Junior champion, makes his TCR UK debut in the Subaru WRX. Well, there are the junior saloon cars then in the assembly area, waiting to go out on track for race number 1 of this weekend here at Brands Hatch. Must begin this weekend by saying a very big thank you to all the volunteer marshals who are here this weekend, all the other officials who are present as well, giving up their time so we can go racing this weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's the penultimate BARC TV weekend of the year. Of course, we have the Brick Car into the night race here at Brands Hatch next Saturday afternoon and evening. And I'll be back with you for that one as well as we race into the darkness here at Brands Hatch to round off our season 2025 here on BARC TV. So we should hopefully have, for our first race of the day, the junior saloon cars, we should have 16 identical Citroën Saxos about to make their way onto track. And it is one of our championship contenders on pole. Wolf Butler, third place in the championship. Ben Butler, he races Mighty Minis. Wolf Butler on pole with Louis Austin alongside him. It's one of our newcomers this year. Great to see Louis up there, his best ever qualifying effort on the front row of the grid. And an even better effort, arguably, by Jake Wardle, number 3, to put his car third on the grid. A superb effort from one of the newcomers this season. He's only competed in a couple of rounds. He's only 20th in the championship, so Jake Wardle could be a spoiler here in car number 3. Ollie Kerr will line up 4th on the grid in the Simpson Race Exhaust number treble 2 car. Josh Salvadori, the championship leader, is only 6th behind number 23 Max Scharfegger, so it'll be interesting to see him coming through here in the Lightning McQueen liveried number 110 car. Here's your full grid. Wilf Butler and Louis Austin on the front row of the grid, separated by just a few hundredths of a second. Jake Wardle, an excellent effort, his best ever qualifying up there on row 2 alongside Oliver Kerr. Max Scharfegger and Josh Salvadori on row 3. Row 4 is Ollie Smith, this year's top rookie, alongside Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car. And completing the top 10, Joe Wood in number 7, Martin Wright, last season's scholarship winner in number 14. On row 6 of the grid, number 87, Leon Holly starts alongside 35 of Tom Algar. Penultimate row, treble 3, which is Alexi Powell, alongside 98 Bailey Roberts, the bright green car. And the final row, 42 Sherry-Ann Powell, and 64 Ben Ward, who slid off at Paddock Hill Bend in qualifying, but the Kersley Motorsport team have got that car up and running again. He starts from the back. 16 Saxos out there. Just looking down from my commentary box window, they are all present and correct on the grid, as well as all the officials, recovery crews and so on this weekend. I must say a big thank you to our camera crews as well, in particular our cameraman Elliot, who's up on the roof of the hospitality building alongside my commentary box on the home straight here. It's pretty windy here at Brands Hatch today, so fair play Elliot for braving the conditions up here on height. There's the view from Elliot's camera looking down at the Brabham Straits. Cars plunge into the famous Paddock Hill Bend. They are about to set off on their green flag lap to warm up their tyres. Plunge their way through Paddock Bend, then up Halewood Rise into the right-hander, the 180-degree right-hander at Druids. It's down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, bottom bend as some drivers call it. Then along the Cooper Straights, which is not 100% straight, it curves gently to the left. Then it's into the left-hander at Surtees, the right of McLaren past the entry to the Grand Prix loop, then through Clearways and Clark Curve to end the lap. So they head round on their green flag, warming up that then, the 1.2 mile Indy circuit in use here at Brands Hatch. There's Ben Ward, back of the grid following his off in qualifying. So it'll be a 15-minute race. The fastest lap in qualifying was a 1 minute 2.3 for Wilf Butler, so I suspect we will see that bettered here in slightly drier conditions. He's in the white and black car on the front row of the grid. Louis Austin, great to see him up on the front row for I think the first time this season in the green, white and black machine. Will start alongside him. Also in green and black is the number 3 of Jake Wardle, local man from Maidstone, on row 2. Starts alongside treble 2 Ollie Kerr in the Simpson Race Exhausts car. Business owned by Matt Simpson, former British touring car race winner, recently made a comeback on the short ovals in National Hot Rods. If you want to follow the live timing for this event, incidentally, you can do so at tsl-timing.com. tsl-timing.com. Now watch for Josh Salvadori from row 3 as well, the red car on the outside, starting next to Max Scharfegger, the grey and Dayglow yellow car. First race of a very busy weekend of 17 motor races here at Brands Hatch coming up then. The green flag is waved at the back of the lineup. The revs begin to rise in the 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. Race 1 of the weekend for the junior saloon cars about to get underway. Here we go, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Ollie Kerr from the second row. He's out-dragged the number 3 of Wardle. Josh Salvadori slots in behind him. He's already gained 2 places on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. It looks as though Wilf Butler has held his lead from pole position. It's Louis Austin in second place as they head up Halewood Rise for the first time. Ollie Kerr in third place. Salvadori is in fourth. Kerr going for the inside. He's not wasting any time in attacking Louis Austin. He's going to try and go through for second place, and he's done so. Salvadori is up there, but he'll be on the outside for Graham Hill Bend. And Louis Austin holds third place. Jake Wardle has dropped down into fifth from his lofty starting position on P3. There's Joe Wood, the number 7, a little further back in the pack, the orange and black car. They're all round the first couple of corners. Okay, up towards Surtees and McLaren for the first time. First 2 have broken away very slightly there. It will be Wilf Butler who leads the first lap of the weekend here at Brands Hatch, chased by Ollie Kerr. With Louis Austin in third place. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend they come for the second time. Relatively small field of 16 cars, but still plenty of battles all the way down it. Up Harold Rise they come, the two white cars out in front. It's Butler ahead of Kerr. Here comes Josh Salvadori at the inside attacking Louis Austin. There's Wardley who's lost a couple of places, and a mistake there. We've got somebody off back as well. The car that was in the gravel there in the background, I think, is Martin Wright, number 14, that's gone off at Paddock Hill Bend. He's tangled with Leon Holly, I think, the number 87. It's side by side for third along Cooper Straight. Going for the inside is Louis Austin, behind them Max Scharfegger. Salvadori will have the inside line for Surtees and McLaren, but I think the safety car is going to be scrambled here, possibly because of that car on the edge of the circuit at Paddock Hill Bend. We'll confirm who it is in a moment. I think it's Martin Wright, the Cornish driver in number 14. Yes, it is. Damage to the front of his car where he's gone into the gravel. So the safety car will be scrambled. It usually picks the drivers up on the Cooper Straight as they come round. Evelyn Buanik driving the safety car this weekend, a long-time former BMW racer. They've got to establish themselves into the order that they were in when the safety car boards went out. I saw Leon Holly rejoining from the outside into... in fact, the red flag is going out. The red flag has gone out. So the race has been stopped. So the marshals attending Martin Wright's car. Try and see again what's happened here. Now, he's lost the back end of the car. He got tagged by, I think that was Tom Algar. Leon Holly went through the gravel in avoidance. Look at that. Holly's car bouncing its way like a rally car over the grass there. See in the background here Martin Wright go off. And watch for Leon Holly as he goes over the grass. Look at the air his car gets there. Goodness me. Could be suspension damage for that car, but he's still going. Okay, so the cars will head back into either back into pit lane or onto the grid, ready for a restart then. There were... how many laps have they completed? They completed 2 laps, so they might be gridded in the order that they were in when the race was stopped. There's one car in pit lane, that's Ben Ward, number 64. So the trackside recovery team, always very busy here at Brands Hatch. They've got some very large truck recovery vehicles here this weekend as well. Let's hope their use will be kept to a minimum. We don't want too many major incidents here at Brands Hatch. So the flatbed truck being brought in to recover Martin Wright's car, having lost the back end of the car there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. He spun it, he was clipped by... I think it may have been Joe Wood, the number 7 car, not Tom Algar. And that's what sent him into the gravel. And Leon Holly went off in avoidance and bounced like Zebedee over the grass. The cars are being re-gridded. I think they are re-gridding them in the original order. Yes, full restart confirmed by the timekeepers. So they will grid in the order that they were in for the original starts. That means that Josh Salvadori has lucked out here because he'll be back in 6th place again. Thanks for all your comments coming in on the stream so far on YouTube. That's a Connor Penfold, back of the net 07, one of our regular viewers. Fluffy Pingu. Jonathan Baker says good luck to Lexi Powell. She's starting a little further down the grid here. Andrew Miller-Swan keeping an eye out for some friends in orange on Cooper Straight, Surtees and the start-finish line. Hi to Brum Racing, Richard Moxley. Hi to Dan Hughes as well. Martin Wright's car is now almost onto the recovery wagon. There's a couple of cars in pit lane. Looking out of the window. Ben Ward is one of them. And Wilf Butler's pulling into the pit lane as well. He's just pulled off the grid into pit lane now. Has Wilf got a problem? That's one of our title contenders, our pole sitter. Not quite sure what he's doing.
I really would love to do something different, something broad, something to do. I mean, like I say, I'm doing Ireland next week, which is classified as being abroad because it's Southern Ireland.
But it's not that much what you can.
Yes. Well, I think so. But we've had to submit a one of them working abroad letters. We had to get one of them to send to them because it was part of an international certificate. Because it's not my United Kingdom. Which when I we're going to do it over.
So we look down at the grid then here at Brands Hatch, and you can see our pole sitter is missing. Wilf Butler has pulled into the pit lane exit. Leon Holly has as well, the 87, so it looks like he has got damage from that excursion up at Paddock.
So I'm going almost at Anglesey. Can you just leave me at Anglesey?
There's another gap on the grid as well, which is of course where Martin Wright should have been. So if Wilf Butler has dropped out, that's going to possibly drop him out of championship contention.
I've never been to Ireland. If a ferry's not till late in the day, then I think.
Martin Wright's car has been repatriated into the paddock. Hopefully he'll be able to repair that damage for race 2, which is coming up later this afternoon at 3:15 PM. It is scheduled. Well, there is Ben Butler's car. I think he is going to restart from the pit lane. You can see he's lined up there behind Ben Ward. The cars are about to set off on their green flag lap. Shortly to line up for the second attempt at our Junior Saloon Car Championship race 1 of 3 this weekend. Be interesting to see how Wilf Butler comes through here, if he is starting from pit lane. Missing Martin Wright, I think we're missing Leon Holly as well. I don't think his car is there, so he presumably has damaged the suspension or underside of the car with that off at paddock. So up to the grid they come. There'll be Louis Austin on his own on the front row this time. Jake Wardle on the second row alongside Oliver Kerr. Then Matt Scharfecker and Josh Salvadori on row 3. The revs beginning to rise and about to get underway, and that looked like a jump start to me for Jake Wardle, possibly there, the number 3. Seemed to move off early. We'll get confirmation of that as and when we can. But it is Wardle who leads them off. Kerr moves into second place. Louis Austin goes down to third. Up into Druids for the first time. Wardle leads them round. Salvadori, another good start up the inside in the number 110 car to go into P3. So Jake Wardle leads a junior saloon car race for the first time in his career. Along the Cooper Straight they come. Ollie Kerr shadowing in second place. Now this weekend with double points, second place is worth 44 points, 40 for third place. So it would close the gap slightly in the championship. Scharfecker didn't get the best of getaways there. He's under fire from Joe Wood in the number 7 car as they come now to complete the opening lap of this 15-minute restart. There it is, Ollie Kerr, who has now taken the lead ahead of Josh Salvadori. Through Paddock Hill Bend they come, a couple of cars sliding out wide. It is Kerr who leads the way. Battle is joined between the championship contenders at the front. Wardle shadowing them in third position. And Austin in fourth. Ollie Smith rounds out the top 5, brother of Harry Smith, who won the championship last season. Ben Butler has rejoined, I can tell you, further down the pack. There's a lot of smoke trailing from the back of his car, and I think he's going to have to retire. So he'll just get the couple of points for starting the race, and that could have spelled the end of his championship hopes. So Wilf Butler rather, I think has pulled off at the end of that lap. I saw out of the window Wilf Butler. Meanwhile the leaders heading up into Druids once again. Josh Salvadori continues to shadow Oliver Kerr for the lead. Yes, car number 3 has just come up under investigation for possible false start. It looked to me as though Jake Wardle jumped the start from the second row, so he could get a penalty for that. 4th place behind him is Austin. There's Smith in 5th. And Matthew Swatton in 6th position in the red, white and blue, the Kersley Motorsport car. So Wolf Butler will go down as a DNF there. He'll get just 2 points for that, with his car having unfortunately gone up in smoke. He's pulled into the pit lane. And that, I think, could well write him out of the championship at the end of this race. His 2 rivals up there at the front. Kerr ahead of Salvadori. Wardle still there in 3rd. Confirmation, Wardle will get a 10-second penalty for a false start. So he did jump the start, so Jake Wardle in 3rd place. A 10-second penalty. 4th place behind him, that's Louis Austin, then Ollie Smith, Matthew Swatton. Then there's a gap back to Max Scharfegger, who's under fire here, side by side in 2 surtees with Joe Wood. Tom Algar is next, then Sherry-Ann Powell, then Lexi Powell and Bailey Roberts, the bright green car, in behind them in 12th position. Ben Ward rounds out the field. Because of course who lost Wolf Butler, Martin Wright and Leon Holly didn't take the restarts. Ollie Kerr continues to lead. The rest of the pack comes down from Druids into Graham Hill Bend. There are the leaders. Josh Salvadori just shadowing in 2nd. The gap was just over half a second at the line last time through. There are bonus points for the fastest lap, of course, 2 extra points, and it is Kerr who's got it at the moment with a 58.985, considerably faster than the damp qualifying session this morning. Joe Wood continuing to put pressure on Max Scharfegger for 7th place. Leaders up through paddock for the 6th time. Another new fastest lap that time through, 58.908 for Oliver Kerr. Pulled away by about 3 seconds, 3/10 of a second rather, from Josh Salvadori. Just seen out of the window, Wolf Butler's car heading back into the paddock, unfortunately. Could that be the end of his championship? Max Scharfegger's all over the place here in the number 23. Saw the car snap sideways there through Surtees. It's like he's got some damage to the right front of the car. Is he heading for the pits? Yes, he is. Something's broken there on the number 23. So another potential front runner in trouble. Lead gap is up to over a second now between Kerr and Salvadori. Wardle's still there in 3rd, but he'll drop down to about 8th or 9th place when that 10-second penalty is applied for jumping the start. So Louis Austin will inherit 3rd place. There goes Lexi Powell, daughter of Stephen Powell, truck racer. They live just down the road, literally, from Brands Hatch in Rootham Heath. Eight minutes of the race to go, so we're not yet up to half distance, and already plenty of drama in our junior saloon cars, with one of the championship contenders out with engine dramas. The other 2 running 1st and 2nd. Now let's take a look. As things stand at the moment, what would the championship situation be? Because Oliver Kerr would get 52 points, including the points for fastest lap. Salvadori would get 44. So there'll only be 6 points in it if it stays like this. We're not going to concentrate too heavily on the mathematics. We're going to concentrate on the race action that's taking place out there. Like this battle for what is the de facto third place, with Ollie Smith catching Louis Austin, our two top rookies this year. They've got Matthew Swatton not far behind them as well in the Kersley Motorsport car. We saw Harvey Kersley racing in this series last year. His father Alex prepares the cars. Ollie Kerr continuing to lead the way. There's the other Kersley Motorsport car, Ben Ward, at the back of the field. The leaders are coming up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Down the roller coaster section, you can see Ollie Kerr has pulled away on that lap quite considerably. The gap is now 1.25 seconds. Still Kerr has the fastest lap, and we'll get the 2 bonus points. There goes Joe Wood, number 7. He's running in P7 at the moment. As of course we lost Scharfegger. He's rejoined, I think, from the pits after that car was checked. Maybe he had a tyre going down. Smith being reeled in now by the Kersley Motorsport car of Swatton. He's quite a way clear of Joe Wood by about 7 seconds. There's Wood. Behind him, Tom Algar, the number 35 in 8th place. Sherry Ann Powell and Lexi Powell round out the top 10. Still your leader is Ollie Kerr. He's increased his lead to 1.4 seconds now. As we say, provisionally, if it stays like this, there'll only be 6 points in it for the championship lead. I reckon this title fight is going right the way down to the end of race 3. Last year it went to the end of the season between Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore. They're now in senior racing. Harry Smith has moved up into the Mini Challenge. Jonathan Moore into Porsche racing. There's Lexi Powell, number treble 3. Certainly a learning year for her. She's chasing Sherry Ann Powell. Battling for 9th. Leaders heading up towards Druids. What will be the 11th time? And the lead gap slowly but surely increasing between Kerr and Salvadori. Jake Wardle still third on track, but he's got that penalty pending. And the battle between Austin and Smith for 4th place. Swatton in 6th. Next through it should have been Joe Wood. Where's he gone? He's pulled into the pits, so Joe Wood's got a problem. It's noticed out of the box window there that he hadn't come by. There's the bonnet up on Joe Wood's car, unfortunately. Looks like he could be out of the race. Looking good all the time for Ollie Kerr. He continues to increase his lead. 1.9 seconds up now. Salvadori in 2nd. There's Wardle. Here's the fight for 4th. Chased by Matthew Swatton. This could well be the calm before the storm, with 2 more races to go this weekend. The grids are already decided. The top 3 times for each driver in qualifying taken for the grids for races 1, 2 and 3. Louis Austin still holding off Ollie Smith. His brother Harry won the title last year. There's Tom Algar. He's now 7th with the demise of Joe Wood. The Powells 8th and 9th. Bailey Roberts in the car his brother Kyle raced last year, rounding out the top 10. Ben Ward is now 11th. And Matt Scharfegger is still running, but a couple of laps down after his pit visit. So less than 2 minutes to go now. Between the Powells, Sherry-Ann under fire from Lexia. And a quick look up the inside there into Druids. That's for 8th place. Matthew Swatton has got a penalty as well. 5-second penalty, presumably for exceeding track limits one too many times. I did see him get the black and white driving standards flag earlier on. Less than 1 minute to go now. The last lap board is being prepared for our leader, Oliver Kerr. Here he comes up in the Druids. Looks like he's got this under control yet. Nearly 2.4 seconds clear now. It looks like there's going to be just 6 points between these two in the championship, with another 104 available. So Wilf Butler is not out of it yet, but he's going to be 54 points down on Ollie Kerr with this non-finish. And he really needs his championship rivals to hit misfortune in both of the other two races this weekend if he's going to keep his title hopes alive. Great shape for Wilf Butler. It is going to be a win for Oliver Kerr. Here he comes down Paddock Hill Bend. You can see the clear gap. He's got 2.5 seconds now over Josh Salvadore. Down to Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Battle for what will become 3rd place is still pretty intense here. Louis Austin still holding off Ollie Smith. Kerr is going to take the win. And 52 championship points if he gets fastest lap as well, which it looks like he's going to. Or is he? We'll wait and see on this last lap. The checkered flag is being readied. And the win will go to Oliver Kerr. Taken the checkered flag ahead of Josh Salvadore. Now, how far will the penalty drop Jake Wardle down? Louis Austin will take 3rd, just holding off Ollie Smith. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. But I think a runner from further down the order has just snatched fastest lap off Ollie Kerr on that penultimate lap. Looking at the timing screen. And yes, fastest lap has in fact gone to Max Scharfegger. So he gets the 2 bonus points, so that changes things very slightly. So it'll be 50 points for Ollie Kerr, and he's only 8 points down now on Josh Salvadore. Ollie Kerr on to 551, Salvadore on 559. So Max Scharfegger snatched fastest lap there, a couple of laps from home. 2.9 seconds, the eventual winning margin for Ollie Kerr over Josh Salvadore. Louis Austin completes the top 3 ahead of Ollie Smith. Matthew Swatton completes the top 5. Jake Wardle's penalty for jumping the start drops into 6th position. Great shame for Jake. Then Algar, the Powells and Bailey Roberts round out the top 10. Ben Ward 11th. Max Scharfegger rejoined to take 12th place and set the fastest lap as well. We lost Joe Wood and sadly we lost Wilf Butler as well, and a couple of cars, of course. Martin Rice and Leon Holly didn't take the restarts. So next up it will be our second race before the lunch break, which will be our first truck race of the weekend. So a couple of penalties in that one and one very significant retirement. We lost Wilf Butler, so he'll only get 2 points from that one. You get 2 points for starting the race. So he's still in contention mathematically, but you'd have to say now it is really realistically between Salvadori and Kerr. They're separated by 8 points, and Wolf Butler is now some 60 points off the championship lead. Circuit will now need to be prepared for our first truck race of the weekend. We'll bring you the grid for that as soon as we can, and we'll shortly be able to head down to Parc Ferme with Ian Waterhouse to hear from our race winner and runner-up, I'm sure, in our first junior saloon car race of this weekend here at Brands Hatch.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme for the first time today. We're not too sure where our top three are, but what was quite important in that race was Max Scharfegger actually took the fastest lap, so we'll grab a quick chat with him whilst we do wait for our outright top three to come in as well. Max, you seemed pretty determined there, didn't you, to get the fastest lap, and you got it.
Yeah, I was pushing quite a lot. I'm quite glad I got that.
Because you're right in the mix for the rookie trophy, not quite where you wanted to finish on track. In fact, quite a bit of work still to do, as if you need a lot of luck to go your way later today and tomorrow, of course. But I think with that, you might have just about kept yourself in the hunt.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
What did you make of the race? It was quite hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very hectic. I had to come in halfway through because I had 2 punctures on my right-hand side. And then once I got back out, it just turned into a time attack.
Excellent. Well, look, well done anyway. At least you got something out of it. Top man, Max Scharfegger, fastest lap of the race there. We've got the trucks heading out. Let's just stay with us a little bit longer if we can. These two had a good battle, didn't they? Sherry Ann Powell and Lexi Powell. Girls, you had a great race out and you were going toe-to-toe, weren't you?
Yeah, it was good. That was odd.
Did you? Yeah, but you enjoyed it, right? In fact, I saw you, Lexi, this morning qualifying power sliding around Graham Hill.
Yeah, that was scary.
As the season's gone on, though, you seem to have really got to grips with the car.
Yeah, much better now.
Excellent. Sherry, you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, I enjoyed myself. It was hard.
Excellent. Thank you so much for talking to us. We don't have our top three. We will catch up with them a little bit later, though, of course. We believe it's down to 6 points. Ollie Kerr, of course, taking the win there. Josh Salvador in second. The top two in the championship going toe-to-toe. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, right now.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Ian. It is now time for our first big rig race of the weekend. The circuit is just being set up, and well, we have no fewer than 5 title contenders in Division 1, and in Division 2, of course, our 2 leaders are level on points heading into this weekend. What a weekend this promises to be for the British Truck Racing Championship for their grand finale. Let's hear from a couple of the title contenders.
Right, the British Truck Racing Championship draws to a close this weekend at Brands Hatch, and it is going to be a blockbuster event. I'm here with your current championship leader, Ryan Smith, and the man who's trying to hunt him down, Stuart Oliver. It's quite significant, this as well, because if Ryan does take the title this weekend, it'll be a 10th successive title, which will also draw him level with you, Stuart Oliver, into the all-time record books as well for titles. So, Ryan, what will it mean to you if you can get the job done this weekend?
Well, look, Stuart's been in the sport a long time. You've missed one important thing out. Stuart's also the European champion as well. So, you know, well, Stuart's been there, done it. He's been in it a while longer than me, but, you know, even at his ripe age of 55, he's still flying. But, you know, for me, it's Stuart will probably say the same. It's deja vu. We've had this for. He had some incidents, crashes near the final before. With Dave Jenkins the same. We've been there before, and you know we're going to try and get the job done. We're going to be safe on track to finish first. First you must finish. Yeah. And if we let anything slip, Stuart will be there, and Dave and Michael behind, and the rest of the championship. It's picked up. It's leaps and bounds ahead of where it was, and yeah, it's all to play for tomorrow.
It certainly is. Stuart, I'm sure you agree, Ryan is one hell of a competitor, isn't he, over the last decade? Amazing stuff. What do you have to do to stop him this weekend?
Yeah, I've just got to do my bit, you know what I mean? I've just got to race. There's quite a gap, but you never say never. Like Ryan rightly said, to finish first you've got to finish. Yeah. You know, I never want to see somebody lose points or positions through breakdowns, accidents, whatever. You know, we are here ultimately to put a show on. You know, British truck racing's gone open up over, you know, Ryan, myself, Dave, all the competitors. You know, I think it's fair to say we've brought the level of the championship up, and you know, we all know it's a sellout this weekend, so we must be doing something right. And I think it's because we put a show on. You know, I think, you know, that's what we're here to do, and you know, and we're doing that. So, you know, right, whoever wins, you know, credit to them. You know, they won't be for a reason that they've scored the most points throughout the year. Quite simple.
It seems to me, Ryan, the British Truck Racing Championship is in very good health at the minute. It's, this event, the season finale, a sellout, as you just mentioned there, Stuart, of course. It just seems to go from strength to strength each year. Is this one of your favourite events of the year?
Yeah, of course, it's the grand final, you know, but if you go back to Le Mans, you know, we are putting a really, really good show on as a championship. We all need to take credit, and the promoters as well, and BARC, but you know, tomorrow it comes down to, like Stuart rightly said, you know, the best man will win over the weekend, and the points table at the end of the year don't really lie. So look, Stuart's probably the same as me. When you've won it as many times as he's won it, and won it as many times, of course the desire for both of us is probably going to still be there to want to win it that much. But you know, we've got used to it now, and there's a little bit less stress. You asked me 5 minutes before race one tomorrow morning, and that might be different. But
I'll leave that to Pointy.
But now, standing here, I'm calm. I know what we have to do. You know, the championship's fierce. We just need to concentrate on our job, and the rest will take care of itself.
Guys, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day. Thank you so much. Best of luck, Ryan. Best of luck, Stuart. And yes, here we go. The British Truck Racing Championship season finale about to get underway. Thanks very much, Ian. So the trucks just making their way out onto track then. Qualifying took place this morning, and it was Ryan Smith who was fastest, but he is not starting on pole. Ryan was docked 3 places on the grid for overtaking under a yellow flag during the qualifying session, so perhaps the first controversy of the weekend has already taken place. The front row then will be number 69 David Jenkins, managed third in the championship, alongside number 33 Neil Yates. Ryan Smith lines up on the outside of row 2 in his Daimler Freightliner alongside 101 Martin Gibson. Row 3 is Stuart Oliver, looking for title number 11 today, and he starts alongside the number 11 truck driven by Nathan Smith, son of David Smith, who normally races that machine. Row 4, number 95 is Ricky Collett, and he starts alongside Adam Bint. Good to see the number 5 machine back out there. Row 5 is number 12 Michael Oliver. That is the son of Stuart, of course, alongside 3 Stephen Powell, local man from just down the road from Brands Hatch. Row 6 of the grid will be number 86 Tom O'Rourke and 14 John Bolo, whose team has worked overnight to change the gearbox in his MAN after a failure yesterday in practice. Then we've got on row 7 our 2 title contenders in Division 2, equal on points heading into this one. Callum Eason, number 26, and number 10 Jake Evans. Dutch visitor Willem Bredek in his Volvo comes over for this event every year, starts alongside number 96 of Bradley Harvey. And then at the back of the grid, number 61 Sami Ojanen from Finland, and right at the back we will have number 6 John Powell. Yes, he is there. Endless teething troubles with his new DAF this season, the reigning Division 2 champion, but I can tell you he is there at the back of the grid and will start this race. Somebody else out there who didn't set a time in qualifying, Archie Handy, number 40. Now, he's not in his usual truck. We normally see the Iveco driven by Simon Cole, his father, number 41. But Simon not able to race this weekend due to time commitments. He's just started a new business, Simon Cole. And so Archie is racing his father's Iveco with the number 40 instead of his usual Volvo. And there is John Powell's DAF at the back of the field. Let's hope he can at least get some points on the board here after his season full of teething troubles. So a couple of extra trucks on the grid that weren't on the grid sheets for this one. It is great to have them out there. So the championship situation then. Ryan Smith leads on 463. Stuart Oliver has 428. David Jenkins 413, John Bowler 373 and Michael Oliver 360. Those are the drivers in mathematical contention of winning the title in Division 1. The point scale, it's 20 points for a win, 18 for second, 16 for third, 14 for fourth, then 13, 12, 11, 10 and so on downwards. Fastest lap of the race, you get an extra point. Same scoring in Division 2, where Jake Evans and Callum Easton are both on 427, Sammy Oyenan on 399, Bradley Harvey 362. So there's 4 drivers within mathematical contention of winning the Division 2 title as well. Okay, that's what it comes down to then. So the trucks pull up on the grid. They'll be briefly into a rolling start behind the Napa Auto Parts GT Tyres DAF pace truck. It'll be a 15-minute race. Season, of course, opened here at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. They've been to Pembrey, Thruxton, Snetterton. They've been over the water to Le Mans in France on the Bugatti circuit as well. And David Jenkins, the man from Staffordshire, is on pole position with his MAN, number 69, alongside 33. Great effort by Neil Yates, the recovery company boss, to put his number 33 MAN on the front row. He's had 1 podium this season and would love a maiden win on his local circuit. So off they go on the rolling lap then. Looks like we've got ourselves a convoy here at Brands Hatch. And there's certainly been, well, we're going to have a firework display tomorrow. There's certainly going to be some fireworks here from the British Truck Racing Championship. Big thanks to all the partner sponsors of the championship as well. There's quite a list of them. They are Napa Auto Parts UK, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery, their boss is on the front row. MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's business, Scotsman. Total Care, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC, suppliers of sustainable fuels, that's all these trucks run on. Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freyhav Trailers, Valvoline Oils, LTS Global Solutions and Rydam Universal Limited, who are the race wheel supplier. Tracking field of 19 trucks out there. And I'm really looking forward to this one. A 15-minute race to kick off the final weekend of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. How long is it going to take Ryan Smith to come through from 4th on the grid? He'll be fired up, ready to channel his aggression into this first race of the weekend, as he always does, following that penalty after qualifying, where he was penalised from 1st to 4th on the grid for overtaking under yellow flags. There's Stuart Oliver in the second of the bonneted trucks, the number 7. These trucks weigh around 5 tonnes. They have over 1,000 horsepower under the driver's right foot. And this is going to be something very special indeed. There's Willem Bredek, our Dutch visitor. Sammy Oyenan from Finland. So into pit lane comes the pace truck. We're about to get this one underway. David Jenkins and Neil Yates on the front row of the grid. Hell about to be unleashed on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit as the revs rise. Over 19,000 horsepower is unleashed down towards Paddock Bend. Good start by Ryan Smith from the second row up into third, but it'll be David Jenkins who leads around the first corner. Are they all going to make it round? Jenkins runs a little bit wide. Neil Yates trying to get a run on the inside. Here comes Ryan Smith in third. It's Martin Gibson in fourth place. One truck ploughing off. That's Bradley Harvey, the Division 2, number 96 in John Powell's old truck. It looks like everybody making it round. Great to have Adam Bint back out, the number 5 Mercedes. Missed the last couple of rounds due to budget constraints, battling with Stephen Powell there in the number 3. But they've all made it round the first couple of corners. Tom O'Rourke out onto the grass there briefly as they came through Graham Hill Bend. Bradley Harvey, I can tell he has rejoined at the back of the field. Tom O'Rourke attacking Stephen Powell, who didn't get the best of getaways there. Behind them, John Bowler on the back foot heading into this one after that gearbox failure in practice yesterday. Stuart Oliver ahead of his teammate Martin Gibson. There's Ricky Collett, always goes well here at Brands Hatch, and round the outside goes Stephen Powell ahead of Adam Bint, but there's a fair bit of smoke trailing. I hope that truck of Stephen Powell's not leaking fluid there, the number 3. Last thing we want is everybody skating off going into Paddock Hill Bend. Still your leader is David Jenkins. Ricky Collett side by side with the number 11, driven by Nathan Smith. No relation to Ryan Smith, incidentally. Nathan is the son of David Smith, who's been racing that truck for the duration of this season. Well, I believe it's Nathan in the truck. It was David listed in the programme, but Nathan on the grid sheet. He's under fire there from, I think that's Michael Oliver in the number 12. David Jenkins leads the way then from Neil Yates, who's coming under fire now from Ryan Smith. Can Neil Yates hold off the championship leader, the man looking for title number 10 in a row? I don't think that's ever been done in British motorsport. Stuart Oliver's won 10, but he took a year out in the middle of that run to win the European Championship. There have been rumours of Ryan Smith moving on to race in the FIA European Truck Racing Cup, but again, all depends on budgets and time. Truck racing, a very big budget sport. There's a feature on the championship in Motorsport News this week, so you can find out more info. Then it's the Team Oliver trucks in behind Ryan there. That's Stuart Oliver 4th. 5th behind him is Martin Gibson. Then again back to Ricky Collett, the heavy haulage boss from Lincolnshire, from Yorkshire rather, in 6th position. Minutes of this race to go, and it's all been good, clean racing so far. David Jenkins is pulling away at the front of the field. Across the line they come. Neil Yates still holding on to 2nd place in the number 33. It's an impressive drive by Neil on his local circuit. We must keep an eye on Division 2 as well. Who's leading Division 2? It is Callum Eason who leads at the moment in the number 26 now. If he can stay in front in Division 2, that will put him into the lead of the championship by just a couple of points. Of course, we've got to keep an eye on who's going to take fastest lap for the extra point in Division 2 as well. Fastest lap at the moment in Division 1 for the more powerful trucks is with David Jenkins. There's Martin Gibson, 101, and there is Callum Eason leading Jake Evans in Division 2. Those two equal on points, remember, heading into this race, the two MANs. Callum Eason, both his parents have raced trucks, Wayne and Joanne Eason. Callum in his first season driving what I think is the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN. It's turned out beautifully for him. 3rd in Division 2 is Willem Bredek, but as a guest entry from the Netherlands, he is not scoring points this weekend. So he won't be a factor in the championship battle unless he beats the leading contenders. Still Neil Yates holding that 2nd place. This is a very impressive drive. Rudrovic ahead of Ryan Smith in 3rd, then Oliver and Gibson. Ricky Collett's closing up as well. Then the number 11 of Nathan Smith. Then it's Michael Oliver, number 12. 10 minutes of the race still to go. The Division 2 runners are quite strung out now, except for these two. That's Archie Handy in his father's Iveco, chased by Bradley Harvey, recovering after running wide on the first corner of the race. And they are battling for 17th overall out of the 19 trucks who started. John Powell, I can tell you, is still running. He's been into the pits in the meantime. They're still teething troubles with the DAF. And now Ryan Smith is starting to turn up the heat on Neil Yates for that 2nd place. He could have a look here running into Surtees, try and go through, but Neil Yates closes the door. You don't want to run over the grass there. Well, she'll be in the gravel trap on the outside of Clearways. It's all allowing David Jenkins to get away at the front of the field. Now side by side for second. Ryan could have a run here on Neil Yates for second. They're nearly 5 seconds behind David Jenkins, but of course the top 3 in Division 1 in the Championship have to run with air restrictors on their turbos, NASCAR style, to inhibit their performance slightly and make things a bit more even. I think that is affecting Ryan Smith here, although he's up the inside into Druids. He could get P2 here. Has he done it? Yes, he has, up into second place. It's taken him till lap 7, but Ryan Smith now up into second. And now down to the business of trying to catch David Jenkins, who's nearly 5 seconds up the road. Just over 8 minutes of the race to go. This is going to be certainly a heck of a chase for Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver still 4th, Martin Gibson in 5th. Here's a battle further back. This is Adam Bint in 11th place and 11th in Division 1. John Bowler behind him. John Bowler seeing his championship hopes ebb away with those gearbox problems in practice yesterday. Team worked all night to replace the gearbox on the number 14 MAN. There are the Division 2 leaders. It's still Callum Eason. Jake Evans has been ahead of the points in Division 2 for pretty much the whole season. And now seeing Callum Eason about to snatch the championship lead away from him. Smith in the number 11 up there on the outside. That's Nathan Smith battling with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collins. Side by side, Michael Oliver could snatch the place away here from Nathan Smith. He's going for P7. And for race 3, of course, of the weekend, the top 8 in this race, the results are reversed to give the grid. So P8 starts from pole. And so this lot possibly fighting for pole position for race 3 of the weekend. Race 2, it'll be the second fastest times from qualifying. Ricky Collett now being pursued by Michael Oliver. It's had a quiet race so far. Callum Eason continues to lead Division 2 in the Tool Maniac MAN. Still 105 points, the maximum available in each division at the moment. Now, has the gap come down for the lead? Not this time. 4.8 seconds between David Jenkins and flying Ryan Smith. He really is going to have to fly here to try and close down his championship ride. Back marker between the two of them I've just noticed out of the window as well. I think it's Bradley Harvey. Neil Yates is in back marker traffic too. They're lapping Archie Handy. He moves aside on the Bradham Straight, lets Neil Yates through. Looking for his second podium of the season, Neil Yates, if he can hold off Stuart Oliver, and that's no mean feat. The 10 times British, 1-time European champion. All 19 trucks still running though, which is great to see. Still Neil Yates hangs on to P3. The lead gap, I'm going to say, has it come down? But no, it's increased by 1/10 of a second. David Jenkins is still pulling away from Ryan Smith. Oh, Neil Yates on the grass. He's going to spin it. Oh, what a shame. Neil Yates has lost it coming into the Cooper Straight. He just got a wheel on the grass there on the outside of Graham Hill Bend and now drops back. I think he's going to rejoin in 8th place. That's such a disappointment for Neil Yates. He was on for his second podium of the year, having held off Ryan Smith for 6 laps. And now he's spun it all away. What a disappointment for the local man. So Stuart Oliver is up to 3rd place. Martin Gibson is now 4th. This is now the battle for 5th place. Ricky Collins up there in 5th. There's our leader. We've not seen much of David Jenkins. It's coming through Druids. There's Ryan Smith in 2nd. And Jenkins just another fastest lap. He is pulling away from Ryan Smith. He's 5.5 seconds up now on the 9 times champion. So the title fight's certainly still alive. Nearly 75 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Of course, these trucks are electronically limited to a maximum of 100 miles an hour. There's that battle further back for 5th place. Collett, Michael Oliver, Nathan Smith and Neil Yates. Now if he stays 8th, of course, he'll get pole position for race 3 coming up tomorrow. Stephen Powell's still there in ninth, so whatever that smoke was earlier on seems to have cleared itself. Trying to have a go at Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver having a go in turn at Ricky Collett, the truck racing veteran from Halifax. I don't think they're going to catch David Jenkins. 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Looks like he's got this one, barring any major disaster. He's got this race in the bag. Look at this, 3 of them almost 3 wide going into Druids there. Collett, Michael Oliver, Nathan Smith having a terrific fight. Now it's 4 because Neil Yates, the recovering number 33, is up there with them. Through Graham Hill Bend. Behind them in 9th, further back, is Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke. The Scotsman rounds out the top 10. There they are, just got a glimpse of them in the background. David Jenkins still leads by 5.5 seconds. The MAN pilot who started on pole is heading for victory. Here's the battle in Division 2. It is still Callum Eason. Now, who's got the fastest lap in Division 2? Just looking further down the times here. Now this is interesting because I think it's Willem Bredijk who's got the fastest lap, but of course he's not scoring points. So who do the fastest lap points go to? He's not eligible, so I suppose next fastest, which at the moment I think is Jake Evans. He could be on for an extra point here. Nathan Smith having a go at Michael Oliver again. Michael Oliver attacking and defending at the same time. 2 minutes of this race to go. Can Ricky Collett hang on? The 5th position. Not been the best of seasons for Ricky. He missed the opening round at Brands Hatch because his engine wasn't ready. The best result he's had this year is a 3rd at Le Mans. David Jenkins has lapped several of the Division 2 runners. He got past Sammy Oyen in there, the Finnish driver. There's Ryan Smith, who just got a glimpse of through Druids. Ryan Smith's dropping down the timing screen, but he's still there. His transponder must have stopped working. There he is. Yes, reinstated now, so his transponder's playing up. I thought for a second Ryan Smith was slowing up. Oh, Neil Yates has come to a stop at Druids. Now, is that going to bring out an early red flag? There's 1 minute left on the clock. Neil Yates, I don't know what has happened there. He's come to a stop at Druids. There's a challenge on in Division 2 as well. Look at Jake Evans up on the outside there of Callum Eason. He's having a go. They're catching John Bowler's struggling number 14 truck as well. And they'll be hoping he doesn't get in their way as they come into the Cooper Straight here, because John clearly suffering with problems here. Ooh, he nearly leans on Callum Eason. Get out the way, says Callum. I'm fighting for my class lead. He's got round the MAN there, and now Jake Evans has got to get past him as well. It's all playing into the hands of Callum Eason. There's only a few seconds left on the clock now. I think they're coming round to start the final lap this time. There's Jake Evans up the inside. You can see the bit of ground he's lost there to Callum Eason, trying to get past John Bowler. That's a Division 1 truck, so clearly suffering with a few issues there. So David Jenkins has gone through to start his final lap. Here's the Division 2 battle. Willem Bredijk's closing in on the 2 leaders now. Yellow flags out at Druids because of the stranded truck of Neil Yates. A race which promised so much, but has delivered nothing, sadly. It's going to deliver for David Jenkins. The Morris Lubricants, LKQ, Digraph Transport, MAN is going to take the win. Took him a while to get his first win this year at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park. He had a win at Snetterton, he had a win at Le Mans. It's going to be win number 4 of the season for David Jenkins to keep his championship challenge alive. Last season's championship runner-up. He won the title way back in 2011. And now here he comes out of the final corner at Brands Hatch up towards the Sir Jack Brabham Straight. It's going to be a win for David Jenkins in our first truck race of the weekend. Jenkins wins it by a clear margin over Ryan Smith in second place. Stuart Oliver will complete the podium in third ahead of his teammate Martin Gibson, and then the fight for fifth will come over. These three have been almost glued together all race long. It is going to be Ricky Collett who comes over, I think, in fifth position. He's just going to hold off Michael Oliver, and then behind them is Nathan Smith. But Nathan, I can tell you, has got a penalty of 5 seconds. I think it'll be enough though to keep him ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Yes, Tom O'Rourke takes 8th and provisional pole for race 3. Now who's going to win Division 2? It's going to be Callum Eason, I think. Here he comes out of Clearways and Clark Curve for the final time, and Callum Eason draws first blood in the Division 2 battle ahead of Jake Evans, and Willem Bredek comes over in third, and they beat John Bowler, who's struggling again with his MAN. So we'll put the points into the spreadsheet shortly and try and work out who has taken what chances in the championship. David Jenkins got fastest lap as well, so it's 21 points for Jenkins, 18 for Ryan Smith, 16 for Stuart Oliver. John Bowler, meanwhile, was only 10th in Division 1, so he only gets 8 points. And Michael Oliver was 6th in Division 1, he gets 12. So Ryan Smith is on 4.81, Stuart Oliver 4.44, David Jenkins 4.34 by my calculations. Another 84 points up for grabs. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins certainly remain within championship contention. John Bowler is now 100 points down by my calculations on the championship leaders, and he and Michael Oliver, I think, will now be out of contention. David Jenkins takes the win then by over 7 seconds ahead of Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver completing the podium ahead of Martin Gibson. Ricky Collett tops that fine battle for 5th ahead of Michael Oliver. And the penalty for Nathan Smith, in fact, does drop him back into 9th position. Stephen Powell takes 7th. Tom O'Rourke 8th and provisional pole for race 3. Adam Bint rounds out the top 10. Then Callum Eason defeats Jake Evans to win Division 2. Willem Bredek takes 3rd, but of course he doesn't score points. John Bowler next home, struggling with the MAN. Behind them, Sammy Oyen and Bradley Harvey. Archie Handy was the final finisher. We lost Neil Yates up at Druids, and John Powell pulled into the pits. 17 trucks go the distance in our first truck race of the weekend. We'll await Pointy down in Park Ferme shortly to have a word with some of the drivers, and then we head into our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. We'll take a little bit longer to throw to our interviews with Pointy, because he's over in the outer paddock and the drivers will have to make their way over in just a moment. In the meantime, I will work out the points in Division 2. So 20 points go to Callum Eason, 19 I think to Jake Evans, because Jake got fastest lap. So there's only 1 point in it in Division 2. So it looks like provisionally there's just 1 point in it in Division 2. And in Division 1, I think Ryan Smith's lead over Stuart Oliver is now 37 points. So no titles decided yet. Well, we'll await to hear interviews during our lunch break down at the podium with Pointy, hopefully fairly shortly. Neil Yates' truck, you can see, just being recovered from up there at Druids as well. But we are now heading into our lunch break. We're scheduled to get back underway with our next race at around, well, it's scheduled to be in around 5 minutes' time with the delays we had earlier on. So the Track Action Race Club will be up next. So we'll wait to see if there is a short delay ahead of our next race action because of the delays from earlier on.
It is a huge weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and the rookie title will be decided here at Brands Hatch. We've got Ollie Smith, Max Scharfegger and Matthew Swatton here. 61 points separates the three of you, but I believe there's roughly about 150 points or so still up for grabs, so it really could go any way indeed. But Ollie, you currently occupy the top spot at the minute. What will it mean to you if you can get the job done?
Quite a lot, to be honest.
Or you just need to... Oh, there you go. Go again. Ollie, what will it mean to you if you can get the job done this weekend?
A lot, to be honest, because I think me and the team have put a lot of hard work into it this year. We came into it hoping to win it, so the fact that we've been leading it from start to finish, start to now, has been quite a big thing for us. Yeah, just hopefully take it.
Max, let's come to you, and it's been some season, hasn't it? What would it mean to you if you can become rookie champion?
Yeah, it would mean quite a lot. We've progressed a lot this year. Started off on a bit of a back foot, and have just been slowly catching up.
Matthew, same question.
It's a similar story to all these lot, to be fair. I think it would be a massive highlight for me if I did win rookies. I've got, well, I don't know how many points, probably about 30 or 50 something away from Ollie, but it's still achievable, and I think it would mean a lot to me, especially because I've came from rental cars, and a lot of my competitors used to do professional owner karting, and they do a lot of testing as well, which I'm not really that vulnerable. Like, I don't do as much testing, so I think considering the raw pace, I think I'm quite proud of myself how I've been this season.
I think it's 61 points you're behind, but more than doable, isn't it? What's been a season highlight for you in 2025?
I think it was Snetterton when I qualified P4. I think especially this season, nearer the end, I've always been that like P5, P6 in that way, and I always want to improve. So when I heard that I'd got P4 and P5, I was very happy.
Excellent. Max, what's been a season highlight for you?
I would say Croft, where we got three P4 finishes, 3 P4 qualies, and a rookie clean sweep.
Nice. Ollie, same question.
Probably be Silverstone.
Yeah.
Took away first podium and new lap record, which was a massive thing.
Yeah, certainly, and to do it at Silverstone as well. What a great venue. Right, whilst you've got the mic, let's just stick with you for a second. It's been your first season, of course, for the rookies, for JSSC. What's been the biggest takeaway from you? What's been the biggest thing you've learnt this season?
A lot about the car.
Yeah.
Setup-wise, we've gone from being very safe, conservative, to having it quite loose, and just improving it every round.
Good stuff. Max, what's been the biggest thing you've learnt in 2025?
I'd just say getting more used to the car, wet weather driving.
Yeah, you might have to do a bit. Might have to do a bit this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully.
Matthew.
Yeah, similar story. I think it's just being yourself as well. I think that shines out a lot in the paddock as well, because if you be yourself, then everyone can just, they'll like you. If they don't like you, then it's fine. It's just if you're yourself, then it's fine.
2026, where are you?
If I can get the sponsors and everything, hopefully doing it again.
Excellent. Max?
The same story as Matthew.
Yeah. Ollie?
Same exact story.
That's the right answer, guys. Well done. Right, yes, the rookie championship will be decided by Sunday lunchtime. We will know who is going to be the championship. Best of luck to all of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we are going to play a little game of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and it is Can I Make You Laugh? I've got some jokes, some off the top of my head, some I've had to borrow the internet for. And if you laugh, you are... Stop looking, Tom. Stop looking. Tom, you like a laugh?
Yep.
Vicky, you like a laugh?
I absolutely do.
Excellent. Matthew, you like
as
a laugh,
always.
don't you? Max, you like a laugh. And Ollie, you like a laugh, don't you, as well? Little secret, this is take 2. Ollie was already out from round 1. If you laugh, you are out, okay? I went to buy some camouflage trousers the other day, but I couldn't find any. Oh, everybody's still in, okay. Ollie's hanging on over there, look, just about. I went to the doctor, I said, doctor, you got anything for wind? So he gives me a kite. Oh, come on, Ollie, that's a good one. Okay, I was in the bar the other day, I was in the pub, and a bloke walks in with a roll of tarmac underneath his arm. He goes, pint for me, one for the road. Oh, come on. Oh dear, that was a really good one. Okay, I used to have a handle on life, but then it broke. Tom, come on, Tom. That's funny. Don't laugh, whatever you do. Don't laugh. Okay. Don't you hate it when someone answers their own questions? I do. Wow, you guys are like steel. Yes, yeah. Well explained. I know they say that money talks, but all mine says is goodbye. Okay. Let's see if we can find another one. Right, this is a good one, and this is the last one. Okay, if you don't laugh at this, then I'm going home. Never trust atoms. They make up everything.
My science teacher said that.
Yeah. Well, you guys and girls are like steel. That's it. I can't make you laugh. Just get out on track, have a good time. I'm going to sit here and cry now. Bye, everyone. Right, Ashley Gregory. Right, I'm a little bit confused. Normally, we see you, of course, in the Mini Challenge Trophy, which you are competing in this weekend. However, this doesn't look like a Mini to me, and you've been out in the British Truck Racing Championship in the practice sessions today. How did this come about?
To be honest with you, it was a little bit of a last-minute thing. I've known Callum Eason for a couple of years, and his dad phoned me up, gave me the opportunity, and you know what, why not take it with both hands? So here we are with a big truck.
So a little bit different from a Mini, 5.5 tonnes. What was it like out there?
To be honest, the driving style wasn't too hard. I just massively struggled with the gears, but once I got going, it was fine. You know, rear-wheel drive, lock diff, it was great fun, but here we are, we're smiling.
You are smiling. No, I'm really sorry to do this. I have to bring it up. But in your first session, there was a little off, wasn't there?
Yes, I didn't find a tyre wall, but I did find a gravel trap. So I styled it out, didn't hit the barrier. And yeah, it's all part of the learning, isn't it? The first time I've ever driven anything like this, the first time with the splitter box.
How did you feel then when you first got in behind the wheel today? Was it a bit like, wow, I'm not used to being so high up here?
Well, we did a seat fit an hour before I was due out, and I had to learn how to use the gears, what buttons I needed to press, and everything. So when I first got in it to set off, I was like, what have I done? How am I going to get going? But you know, once I got going, I was fine. It's just that initial knowing what to do. But then it soon comes second nature.
I imagine, look, you're a proper racer, Ashley, so I imagine once you got comfortable, the lap times were just going quicker and quicker. Did you start to feel really comfortable?
Yeah, I think the first session it was really, really rainy, so I found it really hard to just adapt because I was trying to learn the truck. The second session it was quite dry. We had a couple of lockups, but you know what, we was keeping up with a couple of the Division 2 guys, and yeah, I seemed to come to grips with it quite quickly towards the end.
So is this a clue as to what might happen in 2026, or was this just a one-off?
Can't possibly tell you that one. You know what, we might come and have a play next year, who knows? But yeah, we'll see what comes our way next year.
Right. Enough of that. Amazing, by the way. What a wonderful experience, and yeah, you certainly entertained everybody here today. But we've got the important stuff this weekend of the racing action with the Mini Challenge Trophy. It's been some season for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, you know, this is our third year in Mini Challenge. The first year we finished 17th overall, last year 10th overall. This year we haven't been out of the top 6. You know, we've been fighting for podiums, race wins, everything with the top boys, you know, still a privateer. So it's been absolutely amazing, and to be honest, it's quite surreal to even be on this grid. So yeah, we're just going to try and finish it off in a good way, and hopefully finish in the podium places.
Ashley, it's been a treat this season. Thank you so much, and hopefully, go on.
When's the next running race?
You want to go again? We do need it. Okay, deal. Next year, I will be on my toes. You will be in that. We'll have a race. It's a deal.
Perfect.
Ashley Gregory, thank you.
It looks like I've got 2 microphones, but just for now, I'll talk to you guys at home. whilst we wait for the crowds to gather here, first of all, I think it's important to just make a quick apology to the guys at home for missing the interview. There's a breakdown in communication with the circuit, which meant that the camera crew weren't where the circuit stopped the drivers. So we do apologise. We will be speaking, of course, to Dave Jenkins, who, as you saw, just got the first podium win of the weekend. So massive congratulations to Team 69 Dave Jenkins. We will be chatting to him very shortly. But of course, the one we've all been watching, Division 2, as Callum Easton takes that top spot with the full 20 points, and the extra point for fastest lap means that he's now 3 ahead of co-contender Jake Evans. So we're waiting for some drivers to arrive now. Ian, whilst we've got you, it's not like you not to be in the right place. In fact, most of the time you get me out of trouble. So what happens? You know what?
We've got about 15 parc fermes here. We've got one in the outer paddock where we are right now, and that's where we were told the trucks were going to be, but they stopped in the other parc ferme at the top. So we have decided, we've made an executive decision, which is going to spend the rest of the day in the alien paddock. And we'll flag people down.
Nice knowing you then.
Yeah.
No, I mean, so I think we're going to just go back to end of the pit lane for the interview straight after the race. Tradition.
And for everyone as well. So TCR Civics, we're going to be up there for junior saloons. We'll just, if it needs to be, we'll just flag them down. It's a lot easier to do. And to be fair, it's a lot quicker because they take forever to come all the way to the outer paddock. And if you've never been to Brands Hatch, it is the pit lane is inside the circuit. And the problem we have with the trucks,
you're not allowed to cross the circuit. You can't go under the bridge, over the bridge. You can't get anywhere when the trucks are on the circuit, so it's actually very difficult to get about. And if you don't get up there before the trucks go out, then you're not getting into the pit lane.
In fact, from the junior saloon car race, the top 3 have only just made it back to the outer paddock, because as soon as the trucks went out, they are stuck in the infield. Although the pedestrian bridge is open, you can't get a car through it.
No, you can get under the pedestrian tunnel, but it's another about 10-15 minutes walk around the top of the circuit as well.
It is.
Yeah, my music stopped. Do you all want to see what I have to do?
Go turn it on. A little look behind the scenes here.
Better press the button again.
Magnificent telly, this, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely phenomenal.
And now, actually, just talking about Callum Easton there, right? Because yesterday, Ashley Gregory took his car out for a spin.
It's truck.
It's truck, sorry. Car.
Cool, truck,
Do you know, I got confused because
somebody
just tried to call me in my ear. And we spoke to her. In fact, we just heard from her actually on the live stream as well, because I did interview her yesterday after it.
Right.
And what an experience that must be, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I've only had probably 3 instances where I've been a passenger in a race truck, and it's such an exhilarating experience. The speed is crazy. Callum, he knows the process, doesn't he? I'll tell you what. We can put this on so everybody can hear you at the same time. How's that? Come a bit around, but come behind me. Here we go. Right. Don't went too loud, otherwise it'll start echoing on us. So, fantastic result. That is what you were looking for to start the weekend. We're now 3 points ahead of Jake Evans, of course, coming into the weekend dead tie with the points. That fastest lap could have made things a bit more exciting, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have done. He kept us on our toes the whole way through. We had a gap, but it was there and then it wasn't. It was there, then it wasn't. We had a bit of an altercation with one of the other drivers that was holding us up a little bit, defending when, I don't know if he had a problem or what. But we managed to get past. So did Jake safely, and he managed to keep chasing. So that's what this weekend's going to be tight.
Very tight, very tight. Very good start to the weekend. Speaking of good starts to the weekend, we might as well do this like we've never done it before. Dave Jenkins, come on in for a moment, please. Again, so apologies to both of the drivers taking the top spots for us being in completely the wrong place, basically. But Dave, massive congratulations. Brilliant start to the weekend for you at Brands Hatch, and that's got to make you and the team feel brilliant.
Yeah, it's always good, isn't it, to get one under your belt to start the weekend with, and to get some confidence with the brilliant lap time. And the team have worked hard to put me in such a good truck, and I did a great job of it. So
he did, even if he says so himself.
It's like I said on the circuit commentary before, I'm so lucky. I have got the best team in the paddock, made up of brilliant family support, lads that have been with me that are part of the family, and commercial partners, LKQ, Digraph and Morris Lubricants, that we just wouldn't be able to do this without everybody's support.
Now, a lot of those sponsors have been with you for a very long time, haven't they? So they've watched your career quite closely for some years, and it must feel quite good as well for them, to keep coming back and keep supporting you and watch that journey.
It's always a difficult time of the year, this time of the year, and I just hope that the team have invested in me this year in terms of the effort that they've put in to give me some better kit, and I've tried to give it back to the sponsors. So we're just hoping that we can carry on next year in the same vein or better.
Absolutely fantastic. Right, let's have a quick warm-up round of applause for your Division 1 and 2 first place winners, Dave Jenkins and Callum Eason. If you guys can go and join the crowd now, and we'll start doing some podiums then, will we? Right then, are you ready? Okay then, we've got my beautiful assistant here as always. So we'll start with Division 2. I've no idea what's going on with the music, so we'll just crack on. Probably not allowed to use it for copyright reasons anyway. So in third place for Division 2, please welcome all the way from Holland, Willem Breidijk. Who hopefully will have got the message to Here he is. Hi! Well done, buddy. Oh, proper handshake. Lovely, lovely. There we go then. And in second place, it's none other than Jake Evans. I don't know why I'm still this side of the bench. Very weird. Which means in first place, and now, as I said, those 3 points ahead in the championship. It's going to be a tight weekend for Callum Eason. Good job, buddy. Right then, we will get some photos, some videos, and let's hear some more noise for Division 2 top 3. Come on, we can do better than that. Let's make some noise. There we go. Right then, chaps, if you could take a stand over to the right-hand side for a moment, and we'll get on with the Division 1 and a very tight race. A good start for that race, but in third place overall, please welcome to the podium, Stuart Oliver. Oh, very festive. Yeah. I've left mine in Callum Eason's tent somewhere. I need my horns back off your jet wash, Callum. Okay. Wonderful. Team colours as well, very nice. Right then, in second place then, I do believe it was Mr. Ryan Smith. Oh, very sensitive. But taking the top spot, and I need you all to really dig deep for some noise again now, ladies and gentlemen. First place, Division 1, Dave Jenkins. Go. Now give them a moment to get some photos. Remember, no bubbly until we've done the one-word wonders. Why is it? Oh, there we go. It's not playing. Don't know why it won't play. Don't know why it won't play. Sorry if there's no music. I'll sort out the technical difficulties later on. Round of applause then for your Division 1 top 3. And let's get, wait a minute, get back. Let's get, for the first time this year, I believe, the one-word wonders Division 2. Come on back and join us, please. So, one word from you.
Bateau de Brands Hatch.
That's way too many words. Points deducted.
Perfect.
Perfect. See, that was the perfect answer.
Fast.
Slow.
Close.
Tight. Oh, tight. I like it tight. Right. Without further ado, it's time for the champagne. Go on, Dave. Absolutely wonderful. Another round of applause for Division 1 and 2. Top 3. We'll be throwing some bits out very shortly. Bit of a random start to the weekend, so hold tight there. We'll get you some freebies. If you want to have a picture on the podium, obviously wait for the drivers to finish and we'll get you up very shortly. But from here on the 24/7 live stream here at BARC Live, and of course the British Truck Racing Championships YouTube stream, we've got plenty more to come today, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Thank you so much, Pointy, for doing that. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, sorry, it goes so quick. We've got track action. They're about to head out on track. We're going to make our way back into the pit lane, and we'll see you very shortly. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, very soon.
So we'll shortly be underway with this afternoon's action here at a rather blustery Brands Hatch on this truck racing and fireworks weekend. Track Action Racing Club will be up shortly, a mixture of different saloon cars set to hit the track for that one. That's followed by the Milltek Civic Cup. Andy McEwen will be taking you through the action there. And then we've got the first of 3 races this weekend for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy for their identical Mini Coopers. TCR UK have their first race of the weekend following that. Then the Junior Saloons for their second race of the weekend, and we close out the day with the British Truck Racing Championship. So next up on track here today, it is the Track Action Racing Club. A whole variety of different saloon cars that we will see out for this one. No points on this, it is a series, not a championship, and you've got various categories of car. You have the Tricolor Trophy, which is for everything French. There's the Deutsche Mark series for everything German, the British car series as well. Let's have a look what we've got out there. You can use just about anything you like in this series. So we've got Will de Claudio on pole position with his Peugeot 106 GTI. He was in great form at Thruxton earlier this year. And alongside him, the former Prio 3 touring car champion Gary Preble at the wheel of his Honda Civic. Second row, Paul Rodison, the only Skoda Octavia racing in the UK, starts alongside ex-BTCC man Andy Wilmot in his Mini Cooper JCW. Row 3 of the grid, Chris Bassett, he's in a Peugeot 306 GTI, and Lee Haslick's Renault Megane starts alongside him. Row 4, Lee Pearce, he's raced a whole variety of different things on circuits and short ovals as well in recent years. He's in an MG ZR, starting alongside Dave Beecroft in his Citroën Saxo. Row 5, the car's shared by Ben Algar and Will Arif, 2 veteran club racers. Will Arif raced absolutely everything over the years. We don't know, unfortunately, which one's in the car for this first race. Alongside the BMW Compact is Andrew Mitchell, the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. They run in a separate class here. Row 6 of the grid, we will have 715 James Powell. He's in an Alfa Romeo 147. And he starts alongside number 29 Liam Turnbull in a Ford Fiesta ST. Row 7, David Thomas in a Toyota MR2 Mark 1 alongside Mazda RX-8 of Terry Loxton, number 4. More Peugeot 206s next. Noah Checkley, number 52, starts alongside 25 Matt Anderson. Row 9 is 32 Mervyn Beckett alongside 33 Jake Donaldson. Chris Van on row 10 starts alongside Andy Thompson in his Seat Toledo. He had some problems in qualifying. We'll start from the rear of the grid. Cars come into line on the grid then for the first of our Track Action Race Club events this weekend. Will de Claudio, the former champion of the Castle Combe Racing Club Saloon Car Championship. Gary Preble has won many, many events at Castle Combe over the years as well. It should be a good battle between those two here. Watch out for Paul Rodison in his unique Skoda Octavia. Of course, used as a rally car in the late 1990s, the Octavia, when Skoda first entered rallying at Formula 2 level. Andy Wilmot, the ex-BTCC man, in the Mini Cooper JCW as well. They'll be the main contenders for the overall victory here. Revs rise then for this 15-minute race, and off they go. Decent start by the two front row men. Who's that pushing his way through? That's Lee Pearce in the MGZR, I think, from the fourth row of the grid. One car a little bit slow away, that's one of the 206s a little further back on the grid. But it's the two white machines of De Claudio and Preble, the two former Castle Combe stars, out in front. Up to third is Wilmot. Rodison in fourth place. Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306 GTI is in fifth position. 206s there. Matt Anderson moving up on the outside of David Thomas's Toyota MR2 a little further back in the order. MR2 the only non-saloon type car. We normally see one or two Mazda MX-5s in this field as well. So here comes the Mini JCW up the inside, attacking Gary Preble as they come through to complete the open up. A flash of flame on the overrun there from Wilmot. He has a look there coming round to complete lap number one, but it's De Claudio who leads the way ahead of Preble, Wilmot and Rodison at the line. I can't tell you the gap, unfortunately, because we currently have no live timing. Apologies there, a few internet problems. So we'll try and sort that out as this race goes on. There's Lee Pearce in the ZR a little further back. You can see there's loads of different subclasses in this race. So the top four all leading their classes. In fact, 8 of the top 9 are currently leading their classes. And whoa, sideways there, that's the Alfa Romeo of James Powell, the Alfa 147. He loses out to the Mazda RX-8 of Terry Loxton as a result there. Loxton coming under fire from Powell as he tries to recover, going through Surtees and McLaren. So Will De Claudio leads the way then. Wilmot still third, then Rodison. Just over a second in it at the end of that lap between Will De Claudio and Gary Preble. Bassett further back in fifth. Sixth, it's the 78 of Lee Haslett, the Welshman in the Renault Megane. Here's a battle further back. This is Liam Turnbull in the Fiesta being chased by Noah Checkley, the man from Birmingham, in the Peugeot 206. It's Andrew Mitchell who currently leads the 206 GTI Cup a little further forward. The black and orange car there, which flashed through the foreground. Dave Beecroft in there as well in the Citroen Saxo. And there's Andy Thompson trying to come through from the back of the grid for this race. Now, Andy Thompson is a proper freelancer, as I call him, in the world of club racing. He'll race anywhere that his Seat Toledo and the Leon he also owns is eligible. He was racing last weekend here at Brands Hatch in the Leon in the Fixer Wheel Production Cup here at Brands Hatch, supporting the Formula Ford Festival. So we've got about 11.5 minutes of this race to go. Here's a battle coming down towards Graham Hill then. Matt Anderson in the blue and yellow Peugeot, David Thomas in the MR2. Another of the Peugeot, that's Mervyn Beckett, used to compete in a Vauxhall Nova a few years ago. Dave Beecroft up the inside attacking Liam Turnbull's Fiesta. Still your leader is Will De Claudio in that very modified Peugeot 106 GTI. He's 1.5 seconds clear of Gary Preble. The two kings of Castle Combe in a previous life in the Peugeot and the Honda. There they are. The Mini still in third place, the Mini JCW. As we see the one make series for them supporting the British Touring Car Championship. Gary Preble laps one of the 206s. Preble family so proficient at Castle Combe, all of them over the years. Wilmot in third position. He's raced a whole variety of one-make series in the past. Seen him in TCR UK as well, British touring cars and many more. Paul Rodison still in fourth place. There he is, the big Skoda. Behind him, Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306 GTI. So plenty of Peugeot GTI models out there. The gap is increasing slightly. There's Chris Bassett in fifth position, second in class. The Pug one-off sponsored 306. Chris, another man who's raced with a whole variety of series. Used to run with the Cannons Tin Top series here at Brands Hatch. That series later absorbed by the classic and modern motorsport clubs Super Saloons and Tin Tops. Mervyn Beckett side by side there with David Thomas in the MR2 Mark 1. Chasing them down. I think that's Noah Checkley's Peugeot 206 behind them. Beckett up the inside, but the MR2 pulls away slightly. There's Gary Preble. You can see he's got the lights flashing away there at the back markers. These two now well clear of the rest of the field of Wilmot and Rodison in third and fourth. Gary Preble goes to the outside to charge ahead of the 206s. Somebody kicked up some dust there as well. You can see Gary Preble flashing the lights to warn the back markers he's coming. Tell them to get out of his way. Matt Anderson moves aside. Liam Turnbull will as well. Andy Thompson has pulled into the pits. I can tell you the Seat is out of it, so more problems for him persisting from qualifying. Gary Preble laps Dave Beecroft. The gap is up to nearly 2 seconds now. There's Will de Claudio. There's the battle for third, in among the back markers then. Going towards Surtees. There's the battle further back, the Alfa Romeo of James Powell, the Mazda of Terry Loxton, and the BMW Compact in behind him. Now we don't know if it's Ben Algar or Will Arif in that car. They're sharing that car this weekend. Now, Will Arif has raced everything over the years, from single-seaters and small hatchbacks right up to ex-Juan Manuel Fangio Jaguar D-types. Oh, there's a tangle at Druids, and Paul Rodison had to go off in avoidance there, I think. That's Liam Turnbull's Fiesta facing the wrong way. I'm not certain what's happened there. But Rodison was definitely on the grass on the inside. Whether he was just avoiding that or whether he tripped over the Fiesta. Really? We'll have a look at a replay here. Oh, Rodison up the inside on Andy Wilmot, and yeah, he just missed his braking point and hits the back of the Fiesta. So Andy Wilmot going to the outside, Rodison rally-crossing his way back on, and Liam Turnbull can't get the Fiesta going again. I think that's the end of his race. Yes, there he is. So Liam Turnbull is out. And there's the battle for what is now third. Chris Bassett has been able to catch Andy Wilmot for third place as a result of that. Rodison is down to fifth after that tangle. He's trying to catch back up. No change up front, it is still Will de Claudio. He's flashing his lights at the back markers now as well. He's got Terry Loxton's Mazda RX-8, the rotary engine car ahead of him there, goes through. Lee Pierce up the inside. Takes one of the 206s there, that's number 33, which is Jake Donaldson. Who's leading the 206 GTI game? It's Andrew Mitchell, number 95. Lee Pierce, who's raced bangers, he's raced 1300 stock cars, raced Honda Civics as well. He's raced just about everything in the last few years. There goes Gary Preble. What's the gap now? It's down to about 1.5 seconds now, so Preble has closed slightly on race leader Will de Claudio. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Towards Paddock Hill Bend, and yes, the gap coming down again. There's like, yes, 1.64 seconds is now the gap between the Peugeot and the Honda. Peugeot running in the Tricolor Trophy, the Honda in the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars. As we mentioned, no points on these races, just individual glory. The BMW Mini running in the cleverly named Deutsche Marks Cup for everything German. Paul Roddison's Skoda, although Skoda is a Czech mark, of course, they are part of the Volkswagen Audi group, so it counts, as does the Seat Toledo, which is now sadly out of the race. Here's a battle further back. David Thomas again having a go at Merv Beckett's 206. Goes through. That's the fight for 14th place. There's the split for British cars as well. Who's leading that at the moment? It is Lee Pearce in the MG-ZR. The Alfa Romeo of Powell running in an invitation class because there is no split for Italian cars in the Track Action Racing Club. Well, not yet anyway. Maybe this could be the start of something. Maybe we'll see more Italian cars come in. There's Paul Roddison. Now he's caught Andy Wilmot's Mini once again. This is the fight for what is now 4th place, because Chris Bassett's gone through into 3rd. That 306 is running well. So this is the fight for 3rd. They're a long way behind our top 2, De Claudio and Preble. Just the one retirement so far, that being Andy Thompson's Seat Toledo, the excellent British touring car machine. I think it's the ex-Liam Macmillan car of a few years ago that he's got. There's Terry Loxton. He's being lapped by our top 3, and he's still chasing James Powell's Alfa Romeo. Saw them have a bit of a tangle early on. Moves wide, lets the quicker runners through. They're about 13 seconds down on the top 2 now, this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Paul Roddison gets a wheel up onto the grass there on the inside of Surtees, which leads into McLaren. 2 minutes 20 to go. I thought that was the Mini then for a second, pulling to the inside. It's one of the 206s, similar colours, pulling out of the way. Now, can Paul Roddison get the Skoda up into 4th? It's certainly looking good for Will de Claudio, or is it? Because the gap is now down to less than a second between the 2 leaders. Is Gary Preble going to be able to catch him? Here they are. And look, Gary Preble flashing the back markers out of the way. He's almost with Will de Claudio now. We could be in for a close finish here. A couple of laps to go in this race 1 of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. Race 2 is first thing tomorrow at 10 AM. Look at the way Gary Preble is going here. Closing down Will de Claudio. They've had some marvellous battles already this year, especially at Thruxton. Shame we haven't got Sean Govard's little Citroen AX GTI to make it 3, because it would be a great battle between those 3 as well. So here they come. The last lap this time for de Claudio and Preble. It's the gap as they cross the line, 9/10 of a second. Can Gary Preble snatch the win? Through Druid points for the last time. It's all about these two. They're nearly 17 seconds ahead of Chris Bassett's Peugeot in third place. Through the Cooper straight up towards Surtees, then into McLaren. Is Preble going to get close enough? Dave Beecroft gets out of the way in the Saxo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Will De Claudio? It is. They're going to come up towards the line. Gary Preble's not going to get close enough. Will De Claudio wins our first race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club by 0.7 of a second over Gary Preble. And who's going to be third? It's going to be Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306 GTI. Andy Wilmot will come over in fourth place. Paul Rodison, after his tangle with a back marker at Druids, will take fifth. I think everybody else is pretty much a lap down. There's the BMW Compact number 224, the Algar Motorsport car. I'm suspecting it's Ben Algar on board for this race, the car's owner. It will finish in 10th place. 6th place goes number 78, Lee Haslett, the Welshman in the Renault Megane. Everybody else a lap down. Last couple of cars just making their way in. Give you the provisional result then of the Track Action Racing Club. The win goes to Will De Claudio by 0.7 of a second ahead of Gary Preble, and they were well clear of Chris Bassett in third position. Andy Wilmot takes fourth. Then fifth goes to Paul Rodison, then Lee Haslett, Lee Pearce, Terry Loxton, James Powell, and the BMW Compact of Algar or Arif. We never found out, unfortunately, which one was in the car for that race. All of those drivers, except for Chris Bassett, wins their subclass, as do David Thomas and Andy Mitchell, the winner of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. So we'll head down shortly to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme, and he can talk to our raceway.
Another brilliant race from Track Action. Gary Preble right in front of us, coming home in P2. We'll grab a word of him very shortly, but congratulations to Will De Claudio, who takes the race win. Chris Bassett coming home in third place. We'll grab a chat with Gary very shortly indeed. We've got, there's Dave Beecroft, everybody. Give us a wave, Dave. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Plenty of action coming up throughout the course of the day. We are live on YouTube at the British Automobile Racing Club, TCR UK, and of course the British Truck Racing Championship. Whichever one you're watching at, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Let's get these drivers shown to as many people as we possibly can. Here's a man I'm no stranger of talking to in Parc Ferme. Gary, it's great to see you again, by the way. Nice race out there, hey?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be back. I should have picked Will off nice and early. He was a bit slow getting going, and I should have took my moment and grabbed it. And then, yeah, once he got going, he was quite hard to catch. And his car's obviously very nimble and very good round here. So lap times were really good. I think my optimal was something like a 52.1. So just got to put all that together. I think we ended up with about a 52.4. So yeah, they're only 2 litre road tyres, so they do extremely well around here. But yeah, just dipped out on that one. We'll go ding round 2 tomorrow.
So you're not going to let it happen twice, are you?
Well, that's it. We'll do our best.
Well done, Gary Breville there. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? Let's see who we can find. Got Paul Roderson, of course, the Skoda here. We'll let him get out of the car because let's go have a quick chat with Noah Checkley up here as well. I found out a lot about Noah, actually. Noah, can I just jump in? And I know we've talked quite a bit, but I want to talk about you in the car because you're only a youngster yourself. How old are you?
I'm fresh 18. So.
Fresh 18, not just 18, fresh 18 as well. That means even more. But you do all the work yourself on the car, don't you?
Yeah, I run it like whenever there's damage, like from a crash, I repair it myself, me and my dad. So yeah, we just kind of run it, like you say. So.
Excellent. Look, thanks for talking to us, Noah. I've just heard it in my ear as well that actually I think Civics are headed straight out on track. So it's coming thick and fast. So let's go straight back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, awfully sorry to disappoint. It's actually Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box to talk you through the Milltek Civic Cup, as always, with 2 races remaining in the championship battle. One today, one tomorrow, and they will ultimately decide the outcome of the championship, with 3 drivers mathematically, although really 2 drivers realistically, in contention for the championship, and not a huge amount of points between them coming into the final round of the season. They are both area motorsport drivers. Liam McGill, the Scotsman, has the championship advantage, 12 points now his advantage after qualifying this morning, with Alistair Camp his pursuer. Neither of them though made the front row. Jake Hewlett got a maiden pole position, and Wes Swain on the front row for the first time as well, will be gunning maybe for a first win in the category. Then you've got the title contenders, Alistair Camp and Liam McGill. Camp needs to outscore McGill realistically in this race to give himself a proper shot of the championship in race number 2 tomorrow. Then it's Lewis Kent and Spencer Stevenson, row 3. Jamie Petters, who was at the head of the Paul Winfield Trophy grid, starts 7th alongside Jack Riddell, with Aidan Mitchell and Dan Petters completing the top 10. It is a competitive grid, as always, with the Milltek Civic Cup, a sizable entry, as we're used to seeing now from this very popular one-make championship. The second half of the grid then, or the 13th position on the grid anyway, headed by Josh Bromley, with Francisco Howard for company. Then Ben Bateman and Josh Turnbull, newcomer to the championship, ahead of Adam Parker and Dave Marshall, who went off to the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. He should move forward from the 8th row. Harry England and Will Butt are together on row 9. Graham Ross and Jake Renshaw make up the 10th row of the grid, with 1 or 2 other stragglers behind them. There were a couple actually who had issues in qualifying. I mentioned Dave Marshall. There were a couple of others as well who found themselves visiting the scenery. Adam Jackson did not know. He starts on row 11 alongside Charlie Budd, with Charlie Constable returning to the championship, Mark Hughes, Anthony Gannon and Charlotte Birch then together on row number 13. Right, Dave Goddard is alongside me. Hopefully you'll be able to hear from him over the course of the race. I want you to join me on this race, Dave, because it's going to be, I think, one of those properly bonkers Civic Cup races. They have a history, this championship, of providing very exciting championship deciders.
Well, it's a one-make championship, of course, so all the cars very evenly matched, all the drivers very evenly matched, and I've got no idea what we are going to see here. What's the championship situation at the moment, then? Liam McGill at the top, but not by much.
No, 12 points in it, McGill ahead of Camp. That came down by a point in qualifying because, remember, as in TCR UK, the Milltek Civic Cup drivers have championship points to fight for in qualifying. The top 6 qualifiers will score points, so 6 points for pole, 5 for second, and so on down to 6th. So Camp, who qualified 3rd, got 4 points, McGill got 3. So it's come down by a point, but with 40 points available for a race win, a bonus point for the fastest lap, and crucially, no dropped scores allowed at this final round for either Civics or TCR UK. It means, Dave, that anything that happens now happens as far as the championship points are concerned.
Yes, this is going to be as chaotic as you predict, certainly, I think, Andy, as the cars came round on the green flag lap. I'm making no predictions heading into this race. We do have a couple of offs in qualifying. The number 90 car, Renshaw, Jake Renshaw, had an off up at Clearways, and Charlotte Birch had some problems as well. I noticed she pulled up on the pit straight and has to start from the back of the grid here. But thankfully no major incidents in the qualifying session. First ever pole for Jake Hewlett. And could he convert that into a first ever win?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? We've got this championship battle on, but you've got two drivers on the front row who have never won a race in the Civic Cup before. However, Wes Swain is an area motorsport driver, teammate to the title contenders Camp and McGill. So how will that play into his chances, maybe, of claiming a maiden victory? We're about to find out. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. The back of the grid, I think, is pretty much in position. The red lights are on the starting gantry. The penultimate round of the Milltek Civic Cup about to get underway at Brands Hatch. And when those lights go out, we're away and racing. Off they go. Good start made, in fairness, from pole there by Hewlett, but Wes Swain in the second phase of the start is quicker, as is Alistair Camp, who goes up the middle of the front row starters. This is bold from the championship contender. Can he get the lead at turn number 1? Hewlett on the inside will be sideways over the curb, and right round the outside goes Camp. He's got the lead, I think, as they hit the brakes into Druid's corner. Hewlett almost into the back of him. There is a touch. Round the outside goes Swain. 3 area motorsport cars ganging up on Jake Hewlett, and it's Camp who comes out of that worst. He runs wide at Druids. Through comes McGill. Alistair straight back up the inside of Graham Hill Bend. Their title contenders, Dave, side by side for second.
Well, we predicted this would be a bit chaotic. I don't know how all of them got through Druids there. Somebody going off towards the back of the field there up Cooper Straight. We'll try and identify that in a moment, but it is the pole sitter Jake Hewlett who leads as they come round to complete lap number 1. Liam McGill in second place. Alistair Camp with that brave effort around the first turn. It was a super start from the former short oval man. He holds third place as we complete lap number 1, but Jake Hewlett already with a few lengths lead.
Camp, though, was on the attack there. Look, trying to get to the inside of McGill at Paddock. Can't do it. Hewlett's gone wide. Jake Hewlett, the leader, is wide at Paddock, though, and this gives McGill a chance now. McGill to the inside on the run up towards Druid's corner. Can Alistair Camp now take advantage of this? Liam McGill steams through into the race lead on the inside line, and Camp must go with him. There's contact almost with Lewis Kent, who is mathematically a championship contender, but a long shot at that, and Alistair at least manages to keep him behind. But this is a nightmare scenario for Camp, who, of the front runners, got by far the best of the start, but Davy's just not been able to capitalise on that.
He certainly hasn't. No, they're so evenly matched towards the front of the field.
There's carnage, yes, around has gone a car. Spencer Stevenson, I think, spinning at 30. Sorry, Dave, I saw that out of the window, and miraculously nobody else collected. This has a proper last day at Schoolfield. Jack Riddell is off as well. I think he was involved in that incident through Surtees. So a couple of our front runners there inside the top half dozen or so off the road.
So Liam McGill has taken the lead as a result of that up at Druids a lap ago. Now going for second place on the inside is Alistair Camp, and I think he's done it as they come up towards the right-hander this time. Yes, Alistair Camp through in second place. Lewis Kent holds fourth. Wesley Swain is fifth. It's one of the Petters family next through ahead of Aidan Mitchell. The car that went off on the opening lap at the Cooper Straight was Ben Bateman, number 93. He's rejoined at the tail of the field. So the spin for Spencer Stevenson there has shaken things up in the midfield here, but at the front of the pack, the leader being able to get away now very, very slightly. The leaders up at Surtees and McLaren at the moment. The midfield charges its way through this mixture of EP3 and FN2 shaped Honda Civic, but they're not separate classes, of course. It is all one class in the Milltek Civic Cup, and over the line come the leaders. Side by side there, Spencer Stevenson on a recovery drive, and it's Liam McGill who's leads back in front of Alistair Camp. Jake Hewlett down to third, Lewis Kent in fourth, and that quartet now starting to break away slightly.
Yes, they are. McGill with the fastest lap, but actually I think in the second half of that lap, Camp was perhaps closing in on him. I don't think this is all over just yet. As it stands, though, this is absolutely perfect for Liam McGill, who would, at the moment, be scoring the maximum 41 points to Camp's 35, and that would see that gap go up to something like 18 points between the two of them. Francisco Howard, just Bromley that was, getting very sideways through Graham Hill Bend, but is that gap coming down at the front of the field on this lap? They're 3 abreast behind, by the way. Will Butt in the middle there, Graham Ross was on the outside, Francisco Howard to the inside, and the Welshman Will Butt gets to the front of the queue. Great stuff.
Great to see Graham Ross in there. He's missed a few rounds this year. The man from all the way up in Crayford in Scotland, the former MG Trophy champion. Somebody's run wide, kicking up some dust there through Clark Curb, but has kept it going. Will Butt at the front of this group, displaying the colours of the Welsh flag on his number 25 car. Here are the leaders. McGill leads it from Camp, Hewlett and Kent. Line astern through Druids Hill Bend. Then there's a gap back to Wesley Swain, who is still in P5. Next in the battle is the first of the Petters family in 6th position. It's the number 322 car of Jamie Petters. As they go along Cooper Straight once again. Liam McGill it is. The blue and pink car leads the way. Still that battle going on further back there. You can see Will Butt and Graham Ross dodging around on the Cooper Straight. There was a bit of rubbing between the two of them there. And on the inside there, that's Aidan Mitchell trying to take Jamie Petters. Dave Marshall has come through nicely after his problems in qualifying. He's on their tails into the top 10 now as they come over the line. Petters is caught on the outside line, so Dave Marshall might go through here into paddock.
Indeed, I think he will. He's got the preferred line, hasn't he? Inside line usually prevails in these conditions, and through indeed he will go. That's a brilliant drive, recovery drive from Dave, as you said, after his gravelly excursion at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on this morning, and he is now up into 7th position. Lead gap, by the way, is coming down. Camp, crucially, has snatched the fastest lap away from Liam McGill and is within a couple of car lengths now of his teammates, so whilst the midfield battles, as ever in the Milltek Civic Cup, are very entertaining, shortly I think we will have to turn our attention to the leaders. Josh Bromley gets a headbutt there from Spencer Stevenson. It is all-out warfare in the midfield, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes. Typical Milltek Civic Cup action, but they're starting to break into groups now out there on this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Dave Marshall going for the inside on Aidan Mitchell here. They're side by side coming out of Clark Curve. The leaders come up across the start-finish line, then down towards paddock. It is still Liam McGill who leads the way. Here's a group further back in the order. The number 12 car of Spencer Stevenson on his recovery driving there. He got the treble 3 of Harry England on his tail. The leaders come out of Druids. The gap still about the same there between Liam McGill and Alistair Camp. They swing their way into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Jake Hewlett's just looking on in the number 17 car from third. Lewis Kent's dropped a couple of car lengths here back into 4th place. Wesley Swain still looking on from 5th position as well. New fastest lap though for Jake Hewlett, 53.08, very impressive.
Which is significant, of course, because that means neither of the title contenders now are taking that bonus point as it stands anyway. McGill, I think, seemingly now responding maybe to the threat that was being applied by Alistair Camp. Yes, purple second sector that time, so Liam McGill quicker through the second half of the lap than anyone else has been so far. I had a really interesting chat with Alistair Camp this morning though, talking about the benefits of the EP3 against the FN2. Of course, McGill in the older EP3, Camp in the slightly newer FN2, and Alistair reckoned the first half of the lap is where the FN2 is strong, through Paddock, Druids, Graham Hill Bend, but for whatever reason the second half, Surtees, Clearways, Clark Curve, that's where the EP3 was really strong. So it's a tale of two halves really around this particular circuit, but over the course of a lap, very, very little to choose between them. There meanwhile is Dan Petters, brother to Jamie, and they are running pretty close together actually. 8th and 9th they were across the line. You can see them there, the two blue and yellow cars. Dave Marshall at the front of this group though now, Dave, is in 6th position. What a drive this has been from Marshall.
Superb drive by Dave Marshall, an early contender for drive of the weekend in the Milltek Civic Cup. His next target though is quite a way up the road, Wesley Swain in 5th place. Over the line they come. Next through is Aidan Mitchell, then the Petters boys in 8th and 9th. The next group is headed up by Josh Bromley in the 37. Now Alistair Camp is trying to challenge once again, putting the pressure on Liam McGill as they come through Druids Hill Bend. Just under 7.5 minutes of the race to go through. Just gone past half distance. Jake Hewlett looking on. He knows if these two should trip over each other, he's going to take advantage and take the lead of the race.
McGill, interestingly, purple first sector, so for all I'm saying that the FN2 is better through the first half of the lap, Liam McGill proving me wrong. Camp, though, looks closer now, oddly, than he did a lap ago at Clearway, so this gap really is ebbing and flowing by the corner. He's running out of time, though. We're into the second half of the race now, less than 7 minutes to go. As it stands, of course, the championship is still very much alive. It's not like Camp has to beat McGill to keep his championship hopes alive, but he does really need to try and take points out of McGill in this race, rather than see that championship margin diminishing. They head up now towards Druids. Snatch of the rear brake there from Liam McGill as the unweighted right rear wheel just sort of drags along the ground. He's doing a brilliant job so far, Liam, though, of just keeping Alistair Camp at arm's length. Campy, I'm sure, is throwing everything at this, but just can't quite get within striking range.
So just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Here's that midfield battle, Scotland, Wales, England all together. Graham Ross is in there, the number 90 of Jake Renshaw, had that shunt up at Clearways in qualifying. They've got ahead of Will Butt in there as well. And who's that in behind them as well? I think that's Francisco Howitt, the ex-junior saloon car racer in the number 50. A frantic four-way fight going on between that quartet, and there's three of them going out ahead of them. That's Bromley, Stevens and England. Up the inside there, that's Jake Renshaw coming through from a little further back than he's used to on the grid. He lost his fastest lap time from qualifying as a result of bringing out the red flag. Now attacking Graham Ross in the number 96 as they go down the straight there. Is Ross going to hang on around the outside? Will Buck trying to fight back as well in the number 25. Terrific fight going on in the minor places. Great battles everywhere you look. And all they come together. Off goes Graham Ross, and he's over. Oh no!
Oh, that was so unfortunate. A tiny tangle with Will Buck, who looked a spun at the top of the hill as well, and they just got locked together. They couldn't get away from each other down through the dip, and it's that typical Paddock Hill bend rollover, isn't it? It looks very spectacular. I'm sure Graham Ross didn't enjoy the feeling, but often looks a bit worse than it is. That may, though, require the assistance of a safety car, because that car, I would say, is in a slightly dangerous position. And is that going to mean now then that the safety car comes out? Spencer Stevenson launches up the inside of Josh Bromley. Spencer Stevenson has made some brilliant overtakes on his recovery drive after that lap 2 spin, and he got past Josh Bromley there. That is for a position inside the top 10. In fact, more than that, it's for pole position in race 2. Remember, top 10 grid reverse for race 2 tomorrow, and at the moment Spencer Stevenson has put himself in prime position to start at the front in the second race. The safety car is scrambled though, and that's not good news for Liam McGill. He had the biggest gap that he's had all race, 7/10 of a second over Alistair Camp. That, of course, will now vanish.
Graham Ross, I can tell you, is okay. Just looking out of the window, I saw him walking away, so the Scotsman has escaped that incident unhurt. The safety car now picks up race leader Liam McGill. That was the last thing he wanted to see, because, as you say, Andy, he was just starting to break away at the front of the field from Alistair Camp. Now, how long have we got to go? Just over 4 minutes. I'm hoping this is a quick safety car period, that the marshals can get Graham Ross's car clear of the gravel trap, and we can finish under green flag conditions.
Red flag.
Now, the red flag is coming out, so maybe that's to ensure that we will finish under racing conditions and we'll have a sprint for the line.
Quite possible, yes, because we've done 2/3 race distance, but not 3/4. So this is where there are some decisions to be made in race control. They will be very aware of the fact that we have time constraints to be thoughtful of. This is what happened. Look, Will Butt tries to follow Jake Renshaw through on the inside at Paddock, and they just touch. They both get into a slide. They get tangled together. Really unfortunate. That wasn't particularly anybody's fault, I'd say. And as the car goes in sideways, it digs in and rolls over. It hopefully won't have done too much damage, as you said. Absolutely, Dave. Graham Ross gone out of the car in one piece, but yeah, just the tiniest of touches when the car is fully loaded at the top of the hill. From there, they were both passengers.
Yes, just the slightest bit of contact there, and poor Graham Ross, all the way from Scotland. It's going to be a long journey back. Hopefully he can get that back out for race 2. It looks like only fairly minor bodywork damage there. The car holding together as it just flipped through the gravel there. I must say full credit to Elliot, our cameraman there, who picked that one up perfectly from his position alongside our commentary box up on the roof of the hospitality suites. And Graham Ross, the main thing is he's okay. He'll be just given a quick check-up by the medics, I'm sure, but we will hopefully see him back out for the second race this weekend for the Milltek Civic Cup, which is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. So he's got time to repair any damage, and we'll await news on any restarts to this Milltek Civic Cup first race.
Yeah, they've gridded the car, well, not gridded them up, they've lined them up on the grid markings, so they're still on the racetrack. They've not directed them to the pit lane and to the Parc Ferme area, which would be a sign that the race is not going to be restarted. So I'm hopeful that we will get some more racing, and so we'll see whether or not safety car now pulling away, and they are telling, I think, Liam McGill to follow the safety car, and therefore perhaps not being lined up on the grid. Let's see where Liam McGill goes. No, he's not stopping on the grid. Now that, I'm afraid, would suggest to me, yes, we have had it confirmed the session will not be restarted. So that is the end of the race. That's a shame, because there were some good midfield battles to be resolved there, but I think Liam McGill will be breathing a serious sigh of relief, because he gets to claim the race win. He extends his points margin over Alistair Camp and doesn't have to worry about another restart, because we saw how rapid Alistair was off the line earlier on. By my rough calculations then, that will leave McGill on 533, it will leave Camp on 516, and by my even rougher calculations, I think that's now 17 points between them. So it's still all to play for, with 41 points up for grabs tomorrow and no dropped scores, but sadly this red flag does not therefore give Alistair Camp an opportunity to try and shrink that margin. So Liam McGill, I think, will be pretty satisfied with his weekend's work so far.
He certainly will, yes, and he just started to extend his lead there before the stoppage, so had done the hard work he needed. There is the blue Civic at the front of the line. The drivers just signalling to the marshals and the fans. Quite a large crowd in today. It'll be a sellout crowd as well tomorrow with the firework display at the end of the programme, but plenty of fireworks there from the Milltek Civic Cup on track as always. We'll check out the provisional results.
Yes, Liam McGill, a winner once again in the Milltek Civic Cup, and a really important step towards his championship victory, which he hopes he will secure tomorrow. Alistair Camp was second ahead of Jake Hewler. He'll be disappointed having started on pole, just got sort of boxed out in the early stages there. Lewis Kent fourth at his home track, Wes Swain fifth, then Dave Marshall, brilliant drive to sixth ahead of Aidan Mitchell. Daniel and Jamie Petters eighth and ninth, and Josh Bromley, because the result went back a lap, will end up back in 10th position. So provisionally pole position for tomorrow's second race goes to Josh Bromley, not to Spencer Stevenson, who had just made that move, but the results of course go back to the previous completed lap, and so Bromley re-inherits that 10th place. Stevenson 11th, Harry England 12th, Graham Ross was 13th, Jake Renshaw was 14th, Will Butt I think is being classified as 15th. I think he was actually still going at the time of the red flag. He had a spin, but I don't think his car stayed at the side of the road, so I reckon the Welshman will be classified in 15th, from Francisco Howard, Charlie Constable, Adam Parker, Jack Riddell and Jackson, I believe, in 20th position. No, there were more finishes then, with Charlie Budd, Ben Bateman, Charlotte Birch, Mark Hughes, Anthony Gannon and Jamie Turnbull in 26th position. So that is provisionally how the race finishes, and because we did enough laps, we should see full points awarded. We'll get that all confirmed though. An opportunity for me to give a plug to the Civic Cup social media pages, where they will, I'm sure, put a points update up, I think is what I was trying to say, later on this afternoon. So once we've got that all confirmed, then you can head over to the Milltek Civic Cup social media page, and whilst you're at it, give the TCR UK one a like and a follow as well, because they of course will be up a little bit later on this afternoon for their potential championship decider. There's a good chance TCR UK's championship could be wrapped up this afternoon. You'll have to tune in half an hour or so to see if that is the case. So Graham Ross's car is dragged out of the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. I believe we can head down to the Parc Ferme area and hear though from our Milltek Civic Cup podium finishers.
Liam, you never want to be in these circumstances under a red flag. However, you were leading. It's never quite ever in complete control, is it? But you were the leader and you were going well out there.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the start of the year. We can't breathing down my neck.
It must be quite scary. It was Halloween yesterday. It must be quite scary having Campy breathing down your neck.
Especially, what's even more scary is his hairline. He would say
he can't hear us, can he?
He would say the same about me, so it's fine. I mean, his is the front, mine's is the back.
Well, look, Lee, and importantly, you got the win, of course, keeps you top of the championship. It's a big weekend, isn't it?
Big weekend so far. I mean, I've been in motorsport a long time to realise that anything can happen from here on out, even though, we have a healthy lead, but you can have a breakdown, or, someone takes you out, or anything like that. So I'm not going to celebrate this one too much, and we'll just see what happens again tomorrow.
Top man, Liam. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations again as well. Can I just shuffle through? I'm really sorry. It's Campy's Park so tight here. Campy, our 2021 champion is still in the mix, and of course we never want to end it under a red flag, do we? But do you think you might have had enough legs?
I had legs at the start, mate. Newell did something stupid and pushed me wide up at Druids. We had a good start and just amateur move from him as normal and just pushed me wide, and obviously gave McGill the door to go in. So it's battling. That's what I thought. I'm not giving you any room up at Paddock because you're not giving me space. We're battling for a championship here, and you're going to do something silly like that. And it's like it was bumper to bumper, and I was like working my socks off to get back. Enjoyed it, just ruined it for me a little bit because it's just like we've done so much to get off the line. I'd warmed the tyres up, done everything we're normally weak at to make it strong, and something silly like that just cost you that gap you had. And I was like, never watched my mirrors so much thinking, there's Liam, and then next minute it was there. Lewis, like you say, he come inside, tapped me, shuts off, does a logical thing, do you know what I mean? But not everyone's the same, are they? But
tomorrow's another day.
100%, mate.
Smile again, smile again. We've got Lewis here as well, of course. Lewis, you did come into the day in the mix in the championship. Might be a little bit beyond you now, but still been a good season.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. They're great cars, great championship. Can't credit it enough, really. It's just I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just not on the pace this weekend. Qualifying just then was 3 tenths up on pole, and then chucked it off myself. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle to actually win it tomorrow now, but you never know.
Listen, you've got to be in it. And then, listen, you've taken it down to the last day. So.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. So yeah, we never know. We might have 3 people absolutely destroy themselves and I win, and you could be looking at a championship, but highly doubt it. Highly doubt it.
Lewis, get a good night's sleep. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. I don't know if you can hear the cars. The VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy cars are heading out onto the track right now. So let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
So cars heading onto track then, and we await the grid to be confirmed for the VERTU Mini Challenge. First of 3 races for their trophy category for identical Mini Coopers here this weekend. Points chart sees Alex Keynes on top with 640 points. Gabe Fairbrother is second in the standings, but not racing this weekend. He's out injured, unfortunately, Gabe Fairbrother, so will not be lifting the title this year. Alfie Garford is still in contention, but he's currently got a score of 21 points to drop. You drop your worst score in the VERTU Mini Challenge. So he's got a score to drop because he's contested every round and scored points in every round so far, Alfie Garford. Could change, of course, as the weekend goes on. But we'll try and keep you up to date on that as best we can. Josh Wilby sits 4th in the points with 555 on drop scores, and Reese Hurd on 529.
And with that gold one, where he's gone here.
And qualifying took place earlier on today, and it was Ashley Gregory, number 22, who we heard from earlier, tested a race truck yesterday, who was quickest, but that qualifying session doesn't set the grid for race 1, it sets the grid for race 3 of the weekend. The Mini Challenge does it differently. There are bonus points on qualifying as well, so Ashley Gregory, as long as she starts race 3 from pole position, will pick up 6 points towards her championship total. Qualifying actually was stopped slightly early due to an incident coming out of Graham Hill Bend when Murray Richardson ended up rolling his car. Hopefully he'll be out for this first race. The grid for race number 1 therefore sees Luca Marinoni Osborne, the Westbourne Motorsport number 81 on pole. Ashley Gregory, with her second fastest time of the session, is second on the grid. Second row, Leo Purchase alongside Ronnie Smith. And then row 3 is Reese Hurd alongside Henry Foot. Jensen Mason, the former Fiesta Junior star, starts alongside Alfie Garford, one of our championship contenders, and Louis Capozzoli, number 99, starts alongside number 40 of James Sherrington. They complete the top 10 on the grid for the VERTU Mini Challenge race number 1. Row 6 of the grid, our championship leader Alex Keynes, all the way back in 11th on the grid, so he's going to have to fight his way through from there. He starts alongside Stephen Chandler, making a comeback this weekend in number 7, the Chandler Motorsport car. Row 7, Monroe Renard, number 69, 95 of Josh Wilby, another championship contender, is all the way back in 14th on the grid. Then on row 8 we have James Taylor alongside Olivier Algieri. Row 9, hopefully Murray Richardson is there after he flipped his car at Graham Hill Bend in qualifying. Starts alongside Louis Fleet in number 610. Row 10, number 72 Matt Luff, and 13 of Jacob Baldry, completing the top 20 of this sizeable entry in the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. And at the back of the grid, 43 Cameron Wood and 46 Paul Manning. He went into the gravel and brought the red flags out in qualifying at Paddock Hill Bend. So the cars head round on their green flag laps then ahead of this first Mini Challenge Trophy race of the weekend, sponsored as always by VERTU. Identical 1600cc Mini Coopers in the trophy category. Of course, we see the more powerful JCW cars regularly supporting the British Touring Car Championship. These are the touring car racers of the future. 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne will start on pole position. Good to see Paul Manning's out there after he went into the gravel in qualifying. Ashley Gregory starts from second on the grid. 610, the blue and orange car. 171, sorry, the blue and orange car of Leo Purchase will be on the second row. '96 of Ronnie Smith up there as well, could be in with a chance here. Wait the red lights to go out then on race one of the weekend for the Mini Challenge, and off they go. Decent start by the pole sitter, good start by Ronnie Smith, trying to move up into third around the outside. A very slow getaway, looks like Leo Purchase has got problems, yes, he's pulling over. So the first of our leading runners runs into trouble right off the line. He's dropped to the rear of the field. So here come the leaders up towards Druids for the first time. They're already going at it for second place. It's string wide. Ronnie Smith in the middle, he's been taken out. Round goes Ronnie Smith. He's off backwards into the gravel at Druids Hill Bend. He won't get out from there. That will almost certainly be a safety car. So leading the way, it is Luca Marinoni Osborne from Ashley Gregory. The purple car there in third place is Henry Foots, the Cornish driver, number 138. As they come round on their opening lap. Now, are we going to see a safety car with Ronnie Smith buried in the gravel at Druids Hill Bend? There's Alex Keanes, the green and yellow car, back in the midfield. Now he wants to move his way quickly towards the sharp end here as he tries to fight for the championship. The leaders come over the line astern. Surely we are going to see a safety car. The red flag is out, in fact. So the race is stopped, and it will be, I would suspect, as they've only completed one lap, a full restart, because there's another car stopped up there as well. It is Leo Purchase. His car gave up the ghost off the grid. So that will be a full restart. Luca Marinoni Osborne's efforts there were wasted, and he'll have to do it all again from pole position. See if we can see again what's happened there. It was a great start by Ronnie Smith from the outside of the second row, the white and turquoise coloured car. Everybody had to move wide because Leo Purchase slowed on the inside. His car letting him down, unfortunately. So Smith was up into third place. Reese Hurd was in behind him as they headed towards Druids. They tried to go three wide. Ashley Gregory in there as well, as they lined up behind the race leader, Luca Marinoni Osborne. So Gregory was on the inside, Smith in the middle, Reese Hurd, the blue number 59, on the outside. As they turned in, Smith just got a bit sideways and contact with Reese Hurd. Round went the 96 and into the gravel. Well, while we wait for trackside recovery to do their job once again and get Ronnie Smith out of the gravel, Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
So the end is nigh for the Mini Challenge Trophy season, and I am with Alex Keanes, Alfie Garford and Joshua Wilby here. The three gentlemen who sit in the top three in the championship. Alex, you currently hold top spot. What would it mean for you if you can come out on top this weekend?
be the end of 3 years of hard work, I think. I think we've definitely in a sort of more favourable position than we thought we would be, sort of earlier on in the season, sort of thinking ahead. We just need to keep driving as we have been all year, keep being consistent, and hopefully we'll come away with it.
Yeah, consistency's been key, hasn't it? Alfie, your season's been very impressive indeed, and of course going well in the rookies.
Yeah, obviously, like winning the championship would be crazy coming as a rookie. Never been in the championship before, so that would mean a lot. Again, a bit like everyone in the championship, you put so much hard work into it, and it's nice to get that result. But we just keep on trying to get the best results possible and see what happens at the end of it.
Good stuff. And Josh, just 85 points behind Alex, doable?
It's doable, but it's very difficult. Need a bit of lady luck on our side, but can't ever say that we won't do it.
What's been a season highlight for you in 2025?
Probably first time around here, around Brands on Tocker, getting 3 podiums. That was pretty amazing.
Awesome. Alex, what's been a season highlight for you?
The whole Thruxton weekend. Yeah. It's just so much fun, and I think we definitely showed off what we can do there.
And Alfie, same question. What's been a highlight for you this year?
Unfortunately, no wins this year, but plenty of podiums. I think the best one would have been at Croft. It was a real strong weekend for us, and to pick up 2 podiums that weekend was pretty special.
And what do we expect from you next year? Are we going to see you back, or can you tell us some plans?
No plans set in stone, but mini challenge, don't know which car.
Okay, I like that. Alex, what about you?
I'm going to give the classic answer of I don't know yet. That is a genuine answer, not just saying it. Yeah.
Josh, can we get anything out from you? What's the plan for next year?
Depending on how this weekend will go, but I'm not sure yet. Depends on budget.
Okay, look, guys, best of luck this weekend. Go on, in you get there. You head on over. Can we just, no arguing, no fighting. Okay, just keep it clean. Keep it clean. All right, here we go. The Mini Challenge Trophy season finale at Brands Hatch this weekend. It is going to be a cracker. Best of luck, guys.
Cheers.
So cars making their way to the grid then. We are missing our second row. No Leo Purchase, no Ronnie Smith, but his car has been recovered from the gravel up at Druids. Thank you, Trackside Recovery. It will be a 13-minute restart for the VERTU Mini Challenge. So 13 minutes, a couple of minutes knocked off, of course. Daylight has to be considered at this time of year. It is the start of November. The clocks went back last week, so daylight is limited here at Brands Hatch. We've still got a couple more races to fit in after this. We've got the TCR UK Championship, second race of the Junior Saloon cars, and another truck race to go yet. So moving off on their second green flag lap, and they will have a 13-minute restart. We've heard from our 3 championship contenders. Alex Keen's out in front, but Alfie Garford and Josh Wilby are still in touch. 150 points on offer, plus 3 points in each race for the fastest lap as well. We won't bore you with mathematics too much during the races, because these races are going to be absolutely frantic. We'll concentrate on the on-track action as much as we can. Ronnie Smith, I can see his car lining up to start from the pit lane, so he's going to go from the back. So Luca Marinoni Osborne back on pole position. It's the white car with the blue and red flashes down the side. The blue and pink car of Ashley Gregory alongside. She started her career in a rather different Mini up at Wharton Stock Car Club in Lancashire in Mini Stocks on the short oval. And now looking to perhaps have a go at truck racing as well. Ashley was fastest in qualifying, but qualifying sets the grid for race 3 of the weekend in the Mini Challenge. Second fastest time sets the grid for race 1, and it's a partially reversed grid for race 2. So we're missing the second row. Reese Hurd is back out there alongside Henry Foote on row 3. Watch for Alex Keanes coming through from 11th on the grid, the green and yellow. Number 62 car. So all our championship contenders are in the midfield. You'll have to wait for them to fight their way through when the red lights go out, which they are about to. 13 minutes for the VERTU Mini Challenge gets underway. Front row starters with a little bit more of an advantage, but the second row missing it is Luca Marinoni Osborne, who goes into the lead ahead of Ashley Gregory. Up into third place goes Reese Hurd in the blue car. Now Ronnie Smith joining in from the pit lane has got some ground to make up here. Will they make it round Druids this time? There's Alex Keanes made a decent start. That's one of the Chandler Motorsport cars. I think that's Stephen Chandler himself. Yes, the number 7 in alongside him there. Ashley Gregory has taken the lead. Back to third place goes Luca Osborne in the number 81, behind Reese Hurd in the 59. This solid scrub of Mini Coopers behind them. It is Ashley Gregory, number 22, who leads the way. Bit of side-by-side motoring in there as well. There's Alex Keanes in behind. Red car there, that's number 38, Olivier Algieri. Had some problems earlier in the season, which took him out of title contention. So Ashley Gregory leads the way then in the 22. Algieri going side by side in there. Just a strike for the first time down into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. No live timing at the moment, unfortunately. My apologies. As the fight for the lead goes on. Reese Hurd all over the back of race leader Ashley Gregory. Luca Marinoni Osborne in third. Henry Foote is in fourth place, the purple car there. And we've got the Weira Tools Academy cars battling it out. Alfie Garford, the 88, Jensen Mason, the 105. So Alfie Garford, the leader of our championship contenders at the moment. There's Keanes a little bit further back. Now, where's Josh Wilby? Quite a way back in the midfield, the number 95 at the moment. His car in a white and red livery. I think that's him there, just making his way through, yes. Just ahead of the 66 of James Taylor. Alex Keanes up on the outside of Olivier Algieri now. Tries to keep his foot. He's not going to go around the outside at Paddock Bend, surely. They're ahead of Monroe Renard, the black and yellow car, number 69. Ashley Gregory under intense pressure here. Reese Hurd dodging about on her rear bumper. It is Gregory who continues to lead. Osborne in third place, then Foote ahead of Garford, Mason and Louis Capezzoli in the number 99. James Sherrington is next in the number 40. Lee Cooper straight they go once again. Reese Hurd determined to get the lead away here from Ashley Gregory, looking for her second win of the season. Driving for the inside there is Olivier Algieri, attacking one of the Chandler Motorsport. That's number 7 of Stephen Chandler. Another ex-junior Saloon car man, as are many of this field. Reese Hurd up on the outside, is going to go for the long way round into Paddock Hill Bend there, side by side into it. Is Reese Hurd going to keep his foot? He's going for the outside. Ashley Gregory, has he done it? Yes, what a move by Reese Hurd. High, wide and handsome, as the late great voice of Brands Hatch, Brian Jones, would have put it, and it's paid off for him. And now Luca Marinoni Osborne's going for second place, and he's got it coming out of Druids. Cracking race here between. Gregory goes down to third. Henry Foote's going to have a go as well. Then it's Garford and Mason in their wheel tracks. It's just this solid line of cars for the lead of this race. The drivers will be absolutely loving this out there. Still your leader is Reese Hurd. Now here comes Garford and Mason through on the inside. They've shuffled Henry Foote back a couple of places. And who's that coming through behind? Henry Foote's gone wide. He's into the gravel at Clearways. That's ruined the Cornishman's chances. He'll have to rejoin at the back of the line and fight his way through. Rejoins alongside the 72 there. That is Matt Luff. Matt Luff, the winner of the Audi TT Cup this year. Trying something different this weekend. Reese Hurd continues to lead. Fastest lap of the race by Olivier Algieri. He's carving his way through the field by the look of things. I say, unfortunately, at the moment, I can't give you an exact position, barring from our graphics, because we don't have a TSL timing screen operational in the box at the moment. So my apologies there. We'll try and get that working for you. Looking at the on-screen graphics there, he's up into 8th place now, Algieri in the red car, number 38. Reese Hurd leads it then with just over 8 minutes of the race to go. Osborne in second, Gregory is third. There's Alex Keanes at the back of this line. It's a 10-car train for the lead of the race. Alex Keanes chasing Stephen Chandler. Second group headed up by Monroe Renard in the number 69 car. The hill they go. Ashley Gregory has a look to the inside. There's Garford on her tail. Jensen Mason now trying to cut past his running mate in the Wera Tools Academy. Ashley Gregory to the inside into Graham Hillbend, attacking Luca Marinoni Osborne. All this contact there, Alfie Garford, I think bounced off the back of Ashley Gregory, goes over the grass. That's where Murray Richardson rolled it earlier on in qualifying. I think they've all survived that, have they? Ashley Gregory was on the grass, she's dropped back. And now diving at the inside, Algieri could benefit here. He attacks Jensen Mason up the inside. Side by side through Clearways. Mason hanging on around the outside. Who's that on their tail? I think that's Louis Capozzoli, the red and white car there with Stephen Chandler on this. I know James Sherrington, I apologise, the number 40. He's going to have a go up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Now he got the slipstream there. 4 of them together through Paddock. All that battling's allowed Reese Hurd to increase his lead slightly. James Sherrington throws it up the inside into Druids Hill Bend. Past Olivier Algieri, I think he's done it. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Algieri holding on the inside there. He's the big winner in all of this. He's up into he was 4th place at the start-finish line at the end of the previous lap. There's a car stopped on track. I think that's Ashley Gregory. I think she's come to a stop on the edge of the Cooper Straight. Now, if she's stopped half on the track there, surely that's got to be a safety car. Alex Keanes up the inside now as they come out of Clearways. They're so close out there. There's Jensen Mason, he's been shuffled back. James Sherrington side by side with Olivier Algieri. Here comes Stephen Chandler. Will he try and make it 3 wide into Paddock Hill Bend this time? 6 minutes of the race to go. Reese Hurd still leads it by 1.2 seconds ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne. Side by side into Druids. Stephen Chandler goes for the inside. Alex Keanes is in the middle of all this. All the championship contenders in there. Just behind them there somewhere is Josh Wilby. That's the white and red car at the back of this group. I'll have to calculate later on what the points are after this one. It's going to take a fair bit of mathematics, I think. That car that was stuck there on the Cooper Straight is still moving, but there are yellow flags out there. It has moved. Where to? I saw a yellow flag there. Well, here's our leader, Reese Hurd. He's missing all the fun behind him. He's getting on with winning this race. As things stand at the moment, the battle of the second is between Luca Marinoni Osborne and the 99 of Capozzoli. He's escaped into 3rd place. He's going for 2nd. Side by side through Paddock Hill Bend. Everybody else trying to be 4th. Thought we're going to lose Luca Marinoni Osborne into the gravel there at Paddock Hill Bend. Everybody else really is trying to be 4th as they come through Druids. Are they all going to make it round? Who's got 4th position? It is James Sherrington. Chandler's come from nowhere into 5th position. They are absolutely loving this. Through Graham Hill Bend. Chandler's going to have to go wide there over the curve. Behind them is Alex Keanes. He's running now in 7th place. Still side by side for 5th position. Chandler, Algieri not giving an inch to one another. And the 2 Wera Tools cars still line astern there. The black and turquoise liveried cars. That's Alfie Garford and Jensen Mason. Now Garford's trying to fight back. He's almost on the grass on the run up through Clark Curve. Across the line they go. 4 minutes of this restarted race to go. Reese Hurd leads it by nearly 3 seconds now. I can hardly keep up with this at all. Outside there, that's Josh Wilby, the 95, the man who's technically in 3rd in the 3rd of the championship contender. He's 4th in the points, of course, for missing the 2nd place man. So Gabe Fairbrother's going to fall away. Sadly injured in an incident at Silverstone earlier this season. So get well soon, Gabe. Somehow Olivier Algieri is holding off this huge train of cars. Chandler, Garford, Mason, Keanes, then Monroe Renard, Josh Wilby. The 66 of James Taylor is in there, the black and red car. He's under fire at the back of his group from Matt Luff in the number 72 coming through on the inside, the newcomer. Behind them, that's Henry Foote recovering after he went through the gravel at Clearways earlier on. Still side by side in the Druid. Stephen Chandler trying again to take 4th place away. Every time Olivier Algieri has got an answer and will hold the place. Now Alfie Garford trying to go round the outside. This is where they made contact with Ashley Gregory earlier on. Somehow they just about managed to hold it together. Chandler tries again at McLaren into the right-hander. Fastest lap of the race, and 3 bonus points is still with Olivier Algieri. Side by side further back in the order, the 43 up there on the outside, that is Cameron Wood. Getting around Murray Richardson, that's the man who rolled it in qualifying. To see he's back out, the car is repaired. Well done to his team. Up the inside, Alfie Garford takes Stephen Chandler, and here he goes out over the grass. Keeps his footing. He could get the place back again here on the inside through Graham Hill Bend, and he does so. Turns the favour on Alfie Garford. Jensen Mason just shadowing them there behind. I don't think they're going to catch Reese Hurd here. 59 looking good for victories. 3 seconds clear of Louis Capanzoli now. Still Stephen Chandler. He's been side by side with somebody for this entire race, hasn't he? There's Alex Keane still stuck in the midfield. Where is he? 9th place at the moment. Not playing into the hands of the title contenders because Garford is in 6th place. Keane's 9th. Where's Josh Wilby? 12th. Especially with the fastest lap points currently going the way of Olivier Algieri. He gets 50 points for a win. 44, 40, 37, 34, 32 and so on downwards. Battles rage on Keane, so maybe we have to have a go at Stephen Chandler. Teams willing their charges on from the pit wall. Henry Foote gets around the outside there of, was that Josh Wilby? Yes it was, so Wilby's lost another place there, down to 13th now. His championship chances may be starting to slip away. There is Reese Hurd. Clock has counted down to 0, so looks like it'll be checkered flag this time for the 59 car. A man from Hitchin, just north of London. He's going to come in to take the victory. He's clear of Louis Capanzoli in 2nd place and Luca Marinoni Osborne in 3rd. Here they come up towards the line. The checkered flag is readied for him. It's going to be a win for number 59, Reese Hurd, in the first race of the weekend for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Capanzoli comes over in 2nd. Marinoni Osborne, the pole sitter, is 3rd. Then Sherrington comes over in 4th. Algieri is 5th, and he gets provisionally the fastest lap. Alfie Garford in 6th place. And what about our other title contenders? Alex Keane's 9th. Josh Wilby only 13th. Head to the calculators shortly and see what the championship situation is heading into the penultimate race of the season, which is coming up tomorrow morning. Provisional results of that one then: a win for Reese Hurd by 2.7 seconds over Louis Capanzoli. Luca Marinoni Osborne completes the podium. James Sherrington in 4th place, ahead of Algieri, Garford, Mason, Chandler, Alex Keanes, Monroe Renard and Matt Luff all in a solid group behind. Henry Foote was next, recovering after that trip through the gravel, and Josh Wilby only 13th, James Taylor in 14th, ahead of Ronnie Smith, who came through for a pit lane start on the restart to take 15th place. We await the cars heading to Parc Fermé. Ian will be down there to greet them very shortly.
Reese, yes, that's how you do it, right? It's a good way to begin the final weekend of the season.
Yeah, especially this way of the weekend. From quali, I knew I had the pace, I went out on my own, so I thought, looking after with the toe, which normally isn't much around here, was a little bit in quali. I just knew I had to get my head down. And then, yeah, Don Ashley ran the outside of turn, which surprised me a little bit. And then, yeah, managed to just keep consistent. Every lap, I think, was within a tenth. So yeah, just had to stay consistent from there and carry on.
Another win. Can I just ask, actually, the sun, it's blinding. What's it like behind the wheel? Is it having an impact?
Well, I'm quite small, so I got a little cushion, so I'm all right with the sun strips.
Oh, I'll be all right in your car then.
Yeah.
Look, well done. What does it mean to get another win this season?
It's good. Win number 5, match last year, so go one better.
Top man, yes, Reese Hurd, well done. Louis, let's grab Louis very quickly for a quick chat. What a drive that was. Well done.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, it was okay. Obviously, Silverstone didn't end the best for us, obviously having to go to hospital and stuff. So
you're okay?
Yeah. I'm feeling good, you know, still a bit stiff, but, you know, was able to put on a good show there. Like I say, the start was very good, and we always knew that it was going to be such a tight and close race, and you just had to be in the right position at the right time. And unfortunately, it was a red flag, but you have to capitalise on that on the restart, and thankfully we did. Managed to get away with Luca and kind of pick him off and get in second, and, you know,
Shepherd, who, remember, went into the penultimate event at Snetterton at a deficit to championship leader at the time, Callum Newsham, ended up leaving there with a 33-point championship lead. Those of you who tuned in for the Snetterton event will remember, I'm sure, that Callum Newsham unfortunately suffered an accident in race 2 which demolished the back of his brand new Hyundai Elantra that he'd only purchased just before that round, and unfortunately, because he'd already had 2 non-finishes earlier in the year, it ended up really costing him in the championship. But he is still mathematically at play in the championship battle, is Callum Newsham. However, was out-qualified by Adam Shepherd earlier on this afternoon in qualifying, and that means that Callum has it all to do in this race to keep the championship fight alive into the final race tomorrow here at Brands Hatch. The grid then as follows. It is Adam Shepherd who took pole position, and with it the maximum 6 points from qualifying on pole. Callum Newsham scored 5 for qualifying alongside him, and then former BTCC racer Max Hall has Sam Laidlaw for company. Sam, an outside bet of the championship coming into the weekend, but he needed to out-qualify Shepherd and Newsham, so he is now mathematically out of contention. George Jackson became the newest winner in TCR UK history. Last time out at Snetterton, got his first victory at the wheel of a Cupra Leon BZ. He starts 5th alongside Brad Hutchison, the best of the Gen 2 cars. Then it's Will Beach and Luke Sargent, row 4, and Harry Blore and Jordan Kerridge to complete the top 10 on the grid. It's a big grid this weekend, biggest grid we've had for 2 years in TCR UK, which is really nice to see. I'm sure a lot of them coming out just to sort of dip their toe in the water ahead of perhaps a campaign in 2026. Among them, Rick Kerry, who has bought Callum Newsham's old Hyundai i30N. He starts on the 6th row alongside returning Darryl Wilson in the trusty Astra. Then Jensen O'Neill going, who becomes, or will in about 5 minutes time become, the youngest ever driver to start a touring car race in UK history, and that is across both TCR UK and the British Touring Car Championship. The 16-year-old will start alongside Greg Saunders on row 7. Row 8 then for Mark Smith and Alex Jones, with Cedric Block and Jeff Holden completing the 18-car grid. So a big grid of cars and lots of drivers who are just here to try and get some good results at the end of the season. As I said, some of them looking ahead maybe to a full campaign in 2026, and 2 of them looking to try and win a championship. And those 2 drivers will be starting from the front row of the grid together. Adam Shepherd then with a really quick lap time, within about a 1/10 of a second of the all-time lap record here at Brands Hatch, in still slightly greasy conditions earlier on today, and with maximum ballast on board his car. A very, very impressive effort indeed. He will have Callum Newsham for company on that front row. Now the championship situation is reasonably simple. If Adam Shepherd wins the race and gets the bonus point for fastest lap, he will score 41 championship points. Callum Newsham, if that is the situation, must finish second. If Callum Newsham is any lower than second and Adam Shepherd manages to win the race with the fastest lap, then Adam Shepherd will be the champion with a race still to spare. So Newsham has to at the very least stay second, needs to at the very least manage to try and take that fastest lap point away from Adam Shepherd, but really needs to try and beat Adam Shepherd in this race to have any chance of the title tomorrow. 34 points the gap between them, and it's an uphill struggle, I think it's fair to say, for Callum Newsham, but he will not give up. And the great thing about this weekend, Dave Goddard, is that we've got plenty of other drivers, this being a big and competitive grid, who could get up there in between the championship contenders.
I have to say, I'm glad your mental arithmetic is much better than mine. I can't do that. I've got an A-level in mathematics, for goodness sake.
Well, we'll see how correct those maths are at the end of the race, and whether or not the championship officials agree with me, but that is, based on many discussions this morning up and down the pit lane, the situation that we think we've got. Amongst those drivers then, I think, who could be a factor, Max Hall, we saw him getting properly stuck in on his way to 2 podiums in his TCR UK debut at Snetterton last time out. And then Sam Laidlaw. There's no Steve Laidlaw this weekend. Sam's father Steve, who was a race winner earlier in the year, you might remember, at Silverstone. Steve unfortunately away on business this weekend, not able to be with us, but his son Sam is here. Sam, as I said, was an outside bet for the championship coming into the weekend. That chance has now evaporated after qualifying, but he will desperately want to try and get a race win or 2, and he's certainly not going to be afraid to get stuck in with the championship rivals. And then you've got George Jackson on the 3rd row alongside Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison runner-up last year in the championship, remember, Dave. George Jackson, winner at Snetterton. George most definitely will not back out of a battle if the opportunity presents itself.
He certainly won't. No, we've got some great talented names in there this weekend. Best field we've ever seen in TCR UK Championship. There's Max Hall as well, looking for his first win in the number 93, the Lincoln Co 3 TCR. Jackson, Hutchison there in the blue and black machine. A couple of returnees as well further down the grid. It's great to see Darryl Wilson back out there, the number 50, one of the original drivers in TCR UK, the Birmingham based racer. Rick Kerry out in action as well, ahead of hopefully a full campaign next year. Seen Rick Kerry racing with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the Peugeot 406 Coupe this year, the BTC Touring car, which he debuted earlier this year. Unusual to see him on these cars, because throughout his career he's been a BMW man when he appeared in BTCC several years back. And Jensen O'Neill going, the former Fiesta Junior champion, among his other achievements in the Jam Sport Subaru WRX as well. As we said earlier, the youngest ever touring car racer in either discipline in the UK, making history in this first race of the weekend for TCR UK, which will be a 20-minute race. Visibility, I'm thinking, might be a problem here with the low sun. Not just for us in the box, but for the drivers as well.
Well, indeed. I mean, I'm sure they'd rather have a low sun than torrential rain, which we've had on many an occasion on our championship finale weekend over the years. But yeah, that will be an issue. Heading off into Surtees, clearways, the sun shining in their eyes, certainly limiting our visibility of the cars as they come towards us down the pit straight. But I'm sure that will be the least of the drivers' worries once we actually get into the 20-minute race. They've done their outlap from the pit lane. They will now have, I believe, 2 green flag laps to get some heat into the tyres, and then they will line up on the grid and it will be blast off for 20 minutes of racing. And as I said, Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham at the front of the grid, the 2 contesting for a championship. Just had that confirmed. 2 green flag laps will be the distance before the 20-minute race gets underway. So Shepherd versus Newsham is one storyline. There are other championships, though, up for grabs this weekend, and lest we not forget about those, you've got the Gen 1 Cup for the older spec, funnily enough, first-generation TCR cars. Jeff Olden holds the lead in that category, could wrap it up today. He is battling Alex Jones. That's Opel Astra against VW Golf GTI. We've also got the Goodyear Diamond Award for drivers over the age of 45. Mark Smith has a reasonably slender advantage, actually, 34 points over Will Beach, but as in the Civic Cup, there are no dropped scores at this final round, so if you do have a bit of a nightmare, then sadly you have to count that towards your championship total. There's also a teams championship, Area Motorsport and Capture Motorsport going head-to-head. Area, of course, losing Steve Laidlaw this weekend. That will hurt their chances of defending that championship lead. They are 26 points clear of Capture in the teams championship, so 4 championship trophies to be won, 2 races in which to settle it. But Dave, I think it's fair to say Adam Shepherd is in a commanding position. He knows that he just needs to keep out of trouble this weekend and the championship will be his.
Yes, indeed, but it's a lot easier said than done, as we've seen in a couple of races already this weekend. He's on pole position, the light blue and yellow liveried number 117 Cupra Leon. His championship rival Callum Newsham alongside him in the Hyundai Elantra N in the Hyundai colours, the light blue and red and black. They're going to be the 2 contenders to watch here. Callum Newsham knows he's got to defeat Adam Shepherd here in this first race to take the championship into its final day. Plenty more contenders in there behind them. Sam Laidlaw, Brad Hutchinson, I would say, are potential race winners here if they can make a good start into Paddock Bend for the first time. There's certainly the finest grid. One driver hasn't got away on the green flag lap, I've just noticed. Is that
it's Jordan Kerridge.
Again, yeah. He's got it going now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went on there. He's now been sort of got going again, but the car was stationary there for nearly this first full green flag lap and now gets underway. So the marshals were huddling around him. I presume, Dave, he just stalled the car and couldn't get going. But luckily, has now got going before the field had come round and overtaken him, which means he will still get 2 full green flag laps. And that is crucial. It's not a freezing cold afternoon, but it is a bit chilly out there. They need all of the tyre temperature they can get.
Gordon's going to have to do this one fairly quickly to catch up to the back of the field again, because the car's just coming across the grid now, as we can see, down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the second time, just weaving to keep the heat in their tyres as much as they can. They don't want to weave too much, because as we saw at the Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch last week, a couple of cars were a little too over exuberant and ended up spinning off on green flag laps while trying to warm their tyres.
Yes, it's happened to many a great racing driver over the years. It happened to many a driver just in that one weekend alone. But and in a front-wheel drive car, actually, weirdly, easier to do that. In fact, Cedric Block did exactly that at Donington Park earlier in the year and stuffed his Audi into a concrete wall, did a lot of damage to the car. So yeah, it's easily done that. And on a cold day like this, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody does come a cropper.
Yeah, great to have Cedric out here, the London-based Frenchman in the Audi RS3 that he races with hand controls. He broke his back in a motorcycle racing accident a few years ago, but bravely returned to race again in TCR. He's towards the back of the grid here in his blue and orange Audi RS3, starting back there with Jeff Olden. Cedric Block, one of the contenders in the Gen 1 Cup. Who's the quickest qualifier in Gen 1?
In Gen 1 Cup, it was Darryl Wilson narrowly beating Jenson O'Neill going. Well, actually, on the point of Jenson O'Neill going, you've reminded me of something quite significant there, Dave. There are a handful of drivers who don't score points this weekend because they are not full season entries. Jenson O'Neill going is one, Darrell Wilson is another, and Rick Kerry the third. So those three drivers do not score championship points. That could be of significance if they get themselves among championship contenders, but it means that in the Gen 1 Cup championship battle, neither Darrell Wilson or Jenson O'Neill going will be scoring championship points towards that. So that means that Jeff Holden and Alex Jones don't need to worry about those two as they battle each other for Gen 1 Cup victory. There is in fact Jeff Holden in his Astra, 2 Astras on the grid this weekend. Darrell Wilson, veteran racer of TCR these days. He was around in the very first race in March 2018, and here he is quite some years later, still competing in TCR UK and knocking on the door of the top 10. He was pretty happy with his qualifying performance earlier on today. So Adam Shepherd could be 20 minutes away from finally, after so many near misses through the years, finally wrapping up a TCR UK Championship title. Callum Newsham in the Elantra, who starts alongside him on the front row, the only man now who can stop him, needs to beat Shepherd in this race to keep the championship going into Sunday's finale. Place your bets, everybody. 20 minutes of racing here at Brands Hatch, about to get underway. Lights off, away they go. A bad start from Max Hall from third. Sam Laidlaw will get alongside him, but Adam Shepherd has nailed the start from pole position. That's a difficult thing to do, but he will lead unchallenged into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time of asking. Newsham slots into second, Laidlaw third. Is that Hutchison now fourth? It is, who's had a brilliant start, and George Jackson and Max Hall side by side behind him for fifth. The leaders come together, not literally, but very close together through Druids for the first time, and Callum Newsham is on his toes. He closes right in on Shepherd through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. He knows, I think, that if he's going to get past Shepherd, it will likely have to happen on the opening lap or so.
They come through towards the Cooper Straight for the first time. One car running wide at the back, I noticed in Graham Hill Bend. That was Cedric Block, but he's kept it going. Everybody else round the first half a lap, all okay as they make their way towards Clearways the first time. Adam Shepherd with the lead, with Callum Newsham on his tail. They're already starting to draw clear of the rest of the field. It's Sam Laidlaw in third place as they cross the stripe for the first time. Hutchison with that great start round the outside of Ford. Jackson up to fifth. Max Hall really fluffed his start in the Lincoln Co, the Chinese-built machine. He's down into sixth position. Then Sargent, Beach, Wilson and Bloor rounding out the top 10 at the moment as the battle starts to join once again for the lead, with Callum Newsham determined not to let Adam Shepherd escape.
Well, we didn't see it on camera, but Newsham had a big nibble up the inside of Shepherd at Clearways. I thought for a second they were going to touch. He's really quick through this part of the lap, closes right in on the race leader through Surtees, and Callum Newsham is going to have a proper go at this. If he can try and get past Shepherd early doors, rattle him, he might be able to knock him off his rhythm and possibly go on to win the race. The safety car is out there because Mark Smith's car is in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, so safety car is being scrambled, and that means Callum Newsham's attack. Sorry, it's Harry Blur, I beg your pardon. Harry Blur's number 11 all-white Cupra, as opposed to the number 77 all-white Cupra of Mark Smith. Easy mistake to make, I feel. Is in the gravel, and so the race is neutralised. Callum Newsham with the fastest lap, interestingly, did look a little bit stronger than Adam Shepherd in the early stages, but this safety car, Dave, gives Shepherd an opportunity now just to cool off, warm the tyres up, get into the rhythm, and hopefully not be under quite such threat on the restart. Here's what happened to Harry Blore, keeping an eye on the background, all on his own, and that, Dave, looked very much like a cold left rear tyre.
Yeah, just lost the rear there coming through Paddock Hill Bend. Very easy mistake to make through there. One car I've just noticed is coming to the pits. Alex Jones, number 7, has had problems. He slowed up on the opening lap, so he's pulled up into the pits at the wheel of the Golf. Problems for the DW Racing Run machine. So the safety car has picked up our race leader, Adam Shepherd. Jeff Holden's dropped a long way back from the field as well. Now, he was struggling last time out, I remember noticing, in the wet at Snetterton as well. So possibly gremlins again here as well.
Well, I was about to say that Alex Jones's potential demise is good news for Jeff Holden, because remember, they're battling for Gen 1 Cup honours, but Jeff could now be into some sort of trouble of his own. If neither of them finish the race, though, I'm pretty confident in saying that Holden would be the champion. He is more than 41 points clear, and that's all that would be left at the end of this race. So I think even if neither of them finish the race, it should be Jeff Holden then who claims the Gen 1 Cup Championship. Harry Blur, the youngster who of course started the race in a Hyundai i30N run by Powermax Racing. That car sadly no more after the well-documented fire at the Powermax Racing workshop midway through the year, but has managed to get himself back out on track in a Cupra now for this championship finale. Shame that his first race of the weekend has ended in the gravel trap down at Paddock Hill Bend, but a very promising youngster, and hopefully we'll see more of him in the race tomorrow. So Adam Shepherd the leader, then Callum Newsham second, Sam Laidlaw third, top three in the championship in championship order, running in positions 1 to 3. Then Brad Hutchison, good start from Brad, started 6th, he's up to 4th ahead of George Jackson, the Snetterton winner. And you mentioned it, a really poor start for Max Hall in the Lincoln Co, just struggled to get the car off the line. We often see, don't we, that starting on the inside of those first few rows here at Brands Hatch is not really much of an advantage because of the camber of the road, and Max Hall really seemed to suffer with that, didn't he?
Yes, he certainly did. It's a very, very tricky circuit. It's a very deceptive circuit here at Brands Hatch. It's like a little roller coaster, particularly the first part of the lap. But that front straight, it looks level on camera, but it is not. It is cambered downwards towards the pit wall, and it's much easier to make your start from the more level tarmac on the outside run. So starting on an even number on the grid can be the advantage, as we see the telehandler here extracting the unfortunate Harry Bloor's Cupra from the gravel trap at Paddock. It's been a frustrating season for Harry. He's had all the bad luck, hasn't he?
He has, definitely. Quite a few mechanical gremlins through the mid part of the year, and just never really got the season going. But he's been quick when the car has run correctly. And as I said, I'm sure we'll see him going well in the second race later on in the day. I just want to make a quick mention of Jenson O'Neill going, by the way, who is up into 8th position and leads the Gen 1 Cup at the moment. Jenson O'Neill going in the Subaru, which has been suffering relentlessly, it would seem, with overheating issues throughout the weekend so far, pre-event testing. Hopefully the Jam Sport team have got to the bottom of that, because that's a car we know is quick here at Brands Hatch. And O'Neill's put in a starring drive here a few years ago in a reversed grid race where he backed up the whole field, defended brilliantly at the front of the pack. Unfortunately, I seem to recall they ended up not finishing the race, but we saw the car's potential here at Brands Hatch a few years ago. The Boxer engine giving it a really low centre of gravity. It's good around these technical kind of circuits such as Brands Hatch, and Jenson O'Neill going has used that to great effect. It's good off the line as well, the Subaru normally, and he is up into 8th position, leads the Gen 1s with Darryl Wilson second and Cedric Block running third of the Gen 1 Cup competitors. Now, recovery operation done at Paddock, as we saw. Harry Bleur's car is back underway under its own steam. He will bring that car to the attention of the team in the pit lane, I'm sure, and I reckon at the end of the next lap we should go racing once more.
Yes, should be one more lap behind the safety car here, so that will give us well, we should be just coming up towards half distance, I would think, when we get back to green flag racing. The leaders heading towards Paddock Hill Bend at the moment. Jenson O'Neill going very impressive so far. Son of Jamie going, the boss of Jam Sport, very successful in Ford Fiesta racing, both of them in the early part of their careers. Jenson now making the big leap up from Fiesta Junior and so forth into TCR UK at the wheel of that Subaru. Hopefully we'll see him back for a full championship campaign in 2026. Shepherd still your leader. The safety car is picking up its pace. Are we going to see the red lights go out here? Can I just see a car pull to the outside? Yeah, somebody's come to a stop at Druids on the outside. I've got a bad feeling it's Jenson O'Neill going. It is.
It is.
The commentator, sorry Jenson.
Jenson, well, that's such a shame, because we were just documenting at length. He was going very well, and unfortunately that means that he is going to be going no further, and I also think this will now lead to a delayed... Well, it hasn't led to a delayed restart. The safety car is in, but they're surely going to have to throw it straight back out again, because we've got this car that's stuck in a dangerous position at Druids. Adam Shepherd for now gets the race back underway, but no, the yellow flags and safety car boards are still out. Hopefully they've spotted them as they make their way around Paddock Hill Bend, because they will see that there is a car at the top of the hill. I'm not convinced that's been noticed by everybody just yet as they head uphill towards the braking zone at Druids, but Adam Shepherd had executed a pretty brilliant restart there. He pulled a good few car lengths over Callum Newsham, and yeah, that immediately will disappear once again. And yeah, I'm not convinced you're not necessarily looking towards the flag stands, the Marshals stands at the green flag lap, because you just expect the race to continue. But yeah, safety car back out again, and another recovery operation for the Marshals to have to be involved in up at Druids. It's been a busy day up at Druids, hasn't it, today?
I wonder if Steve Bewers in that pickup truck for trackside recovery has got a lap counter on board because he's had a busy day certainly, and I think it'll get busier unfortunately as the weekend goes on. We always see trackside recovery here with their various support vehicles. They've got the big American tow trucks here as well for the British Truck Racing Championship as well. So a very big thank you to trackside recovery for their hard work alongside our marshalling team. We'll use the pickup truck just to move Jensen O'Neill Going's Subaru out of the way. Hopefully that won't take too long, and then we'll be able to get this race back to green flag conditions.
It does give me a bit of chance just to do a bit more maths, because we love doing that. 38 points at the moment would be the difference between Shepherd and Newsham. That means, as it stands, the championship has not been decided because Callum Newsham has that fastest lap and he's in second place. So, okay, it's still a sizable margin, but with 41 points left on the table tomorrow, as it stands, Adam Shepherd would have to wait till Sunday afternoon to be crowned the champion. And based on what we saw, the little bit of racing that we've had so far, Dave, I would argue that Callum Newsham, whilst obviously he's not going to be happy unless he's ahead of Adam Shepherd, I don't think he looked that likely to lose second position, if you see what I mean, as the smoky Subaru has made it halfway down the hill. And
red flag.
Oh, the red flag is out, yes. Now,
I've got a bad feeling that car's on fire.
You might be right. The way in which Jensen O'Neill Going ran away, yes, he's run away to find a marshal with a fire extinguisher. He's running back now with the fire extinguisher, I think. Yes, there he is. Look, that is Jensen, helmet on, fire extinguisher in hand, and he wanted to make sure he got back to that car quickly to put the fire out. So heads up thinking there from Jensen O'Neill Going. Might be the youngest ever touring car driver in history, but he has a really smart head on his shoulders, and he spotted that before anybody else had. I think that for some reason the car had rolled down the hill ahead of the recovery vehicle. Whether maybe he got it fired back up again, I don't know, but he was definitely concerned about something at the front of the car. The fire truck is now in position and will assist, but I think it was Jensen's quick thinking there, Dave, that kept that situation under control.
Yes, he sprinted frantically to the marshal's post on the inside of the exit of Druids there to find an extinguisher. Smoke coming from inside the car there. That could have been a potentially scary moment. I hope that's not going to be the end of the Subaru pilots weekend here. So the red flag is out. The cars are forming up on the grid markings on the Brabham straights. Now, how long was left? 10 minutes 18 seconds on the clock, so I'm suspecting a 10-minute restart.
He will certainly get a restart at least, yes. We'll have to wait and see how much time we have to play with here. It is currently 3:05. There are other races, of course, that need to take place after this one, so we can't keep going forever with light fading from sort of 4:30ish these days. But yeah, we will get a restart. And well, now all of a sudden, the point that I was starting to make, which is that Callum Newsham was at the very least looking good enough to finish second and therefore keep the championship fight alive into tomorrow, now has to negotiate another standing start. We saw just how strong Adam Shepherd was off the line in his Cupra VZ the first time around. Well, now he has to do that again. Callum Newsham gets another chance maybe to take the fight to him, and on cold tyres Newsham looked the quicker of the two, so I don't know who's going to be feeling the best about all of this. Probably Callum Newsham, even though this brings the likes of Sam Laidlaw and Brad Hutchison and George Jackson back onto his tail. I think Callum will be chomping at the bit to have another go on cold tyres against Shepherd, who he maybe had a bit of an advantage over at the initial start.
It'll be interesting to see, because Newsham's on that outside line, as we mentioned earlier, once again as well. So can he get the better getaway this time? The flatbed truck is up there now to recover Jensen O'Neill Going's Subaru, which is going no further, unfortunately. Yes, I did have to get that one in. Apologies to the transport team there. Hopefully they can have that car back out on the grid for tomorrow. Great shame for Jensen, who's shown a lot of promise here on his first weekend in the TCR UK Championship so far. And now we await the grid to be reformed. Just having a look on the... No news from TSL timing as yet as to what's going to happen with the restart to this race. So I'll wait for the recovery operation to be completed, I would think, first of all, before we decide how long the delay is going to be. And then we'll get the grid formed up again.
Yeah, so a bit of a frustrating race so far. It hasn't really got going, has it, up until this point? But hopefully we will see some good racing once the race resumes. Heads up marshalling as well for the marshals down at Paddock Hill Bend. They're using this opportunity to clear the track after Harry Blur's car was recovered from the gravel earlier on. They got the car out of the way, but of course in doing so dragged quite a lot of rubbish onto the circuit. Perhaps there's been another grassy moment for another driver once the race restarted. So the brooms come out. I wonder how often they have to replace the heads on those brooms. They get a fair work over, don't they? Particularly in the vicinity of Paddock Hill Bend, where many cars seem to end up going beyond track limits and into the gravel at some point or another over the weekend. So marshals then go to work. They'll probably rake down the gravel as well to make sure that that's as smooth as it can be to prevent cars digging in and rolling if they do go off. And you never have a moment really to properly relax as a marshal, do you? There's always something to be done. Even if the incident isn't at your corner, there is always some sort of clean-up work to be done. And yeah, marshals at Paddock Hill Bend taking the opportunity to do exactly that. You saw there Jensen O'Neill Going's car. Of course, it's taking a while to get the car onto the flatbed truck because first they had to make sure that they had any potential fire under control. That does now seem to be the case, though. I think out of the window I can see them pushing the car up towards the up onto the flatbed truck. As they do so, by the way, Dave, we get an update from the timekeepers about the race restart. So it will be a safety car restart, significantly, not a standing start. So a safety car restart. They'll do one lap behind the safety car, and it will then be a 10-minute race. So that is the plan.
Well, that won't please Callum Newsom too much, because he would have been hoping to get that run down the outside into the first corner. Now he won't have that because it will be a rolling restart. And so that could play back into the hands of Adam Shepherd once again. The championship battle taking another bit of a twist and turn here. Still struggling to get that Subaru onto the flatbed truck there over at Graham Hill, the descent into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. We'll be back underway as soon as we can. Obviously every precaution having to be taken here, so thank you very much for your patience everyone during this enforced stoppage to our first TCR UK race of the weekend. The number 11 car is still being worked on, Harry Bleur's Cupra, down in pit lane by the Vanin Motorsport team, so maybe we'll see him restart from the pit lane here.
Yes, well, not sure, because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, was he? I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do here. So there is the recovery still ongoing. Got a medical vehicle down there as well now for reasons unknown, so all just taking a little bit longer than we would have liked. And this, I suspect, is why they've decided to go for a safety car restart, because of course all of the time that the cars are sitting on the start-finish area, going nowhere, they are losing tyre temperature, and so the conditions being the fact that it's very chilly this afternoon, the tyre temperature issue will be very much on the mind of those in race control. So rather than having to go through an entire restart process with a tyre rotation lap and bring them back around for 2 green flag laps, just doing 1 lap behind the safety car does seem to be the more sensible option to me. So yeah, doesn't give Callum Newsom much of an opportunity off the restart, but Adam Shepherd will be feeling a little bit more better about that, especially since that restart that he just did, as short-lived as that restart was a very, very good one. He managed to gap Callum Newsom by several car lengths as he accelerated across the line, and that's exactly what Shepherd will now be looking to try and do again.
So the recovery vehicles are now leaving the circuit. The flatbed truck is heading into the back entrance, if you like, at Surtees into the paddock. The fire truck heading in behind it. There is the Subaru. Now, as soon as they're back at their posts, we will get this safety car restart underway as soon as the clerk of the course gives the all clear to get this one underway. The medical vehicles back in position as well. It looks like the circuit is clear. The flashing light is on atop the safety car down there. Just waiting for the marshals to clear the grid, I think, and then Adam Shepherd will be ready to lead the field away in the Capture Motorsports Cupra Leon. ahead of Callum Newsham in the JH Racing Hyundai Elantra. It's a Cupra in third place as well of Sam Laidlaw for Area Motorsports.
Yes, Capture will be happy with the way this is going so far. Remember, they do have this teams championship that they're battling for against Area. Came into the weekend, I think, 26 points adrift of Area Motorsport. Well, they are leading. They have an Area Motorsport car in third, but there are other Capture cars up and down the order. So I do think they're going to be feeling quite good, maybe about even stealing the teams championship away at the final round of the season. Right, track is now clear. I see no reason why we can't get the safety car moving very shortly. I can see the marshal just towards the bottom left of your screen has the safety car board in hand. So that suggests that they're going to release the Ford Focus safety car. Indeed, as I say that, I think it's just starting to creep forward. So yes, the race then about to resume. It's a 10-minute restart. Now it says 1 lap behind the safety car and then a 10-minute race. Well, it doesn't say and then, it says and a 10-minute race. Whether the 10 minutes is going to start now or when the safety car comes in, I'm not sure. There we go, I get my answer. It does start now. So the race has restarted. Time in the top left corner of your screen is about 10 seconds out, actually. There are 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go according to the TSL timing screen.
Somebody else hasn't got going.
Oh, that's Darryl Wilson. That's Darryl Wilson's Astra. And that was the driver, of course, who had just inherited the Gen 1 Cup lead, wasn't it? Because Jensen O'Neill-Coing had retired. Darryl Wilson had been running second, and he's now requiring a bit of a push for the Marshals.
So hopefully the Marshals can push starts the West Midlander in the Astra. They have done so. He's got it going. There he is. The DW Racing Vauxhall Astra rejoins at the back of the field. Hopefully we'll go back to green flag racing this time by.
That might get him in trouble because Darryl Wilson is overtaking behind the safety car. Yeah, exactly. So he's thinking, of course, oh, well, this is a restart procedure. But actually, even so, it's my understanding that because he'd fallen right to the back, he's not actually allowed to reclaim his original starting position anyway. So just hoping that that doesn't come back to bite him. He has overtaken 2 cars. He's going past Cedric Block now, so we will monitor that situation. Anyway, the lights are out on the safety car. Let's try this again, shall we? We're going to have, what, 8.5 minutes of racing there, and Adam Shepherd has gone. Adam Shepherd has gone already. Look at that. He steps on the loud pedal through Surtees, and Callum Newsham was not expecting that, and that means there's another sizable margin between the 2 cars as they accelerate across the timing line. Race restart with exactly 8.5 minutes to go, and it's actually Sam Laidlaw who could be a bit of a threat here to Newsham. He's weaving around in the Cupra in third. He's got his headlights ablaze, and remember, if he gets past Newsham, that will seal the championship for Adam Shepherd.
So here we go then. Battle could be joined for second place. Sam Laidlaw trying to move up to attack into Drita. So it's still on cold tyres. You saw the rear end step out briefly on Adam Shepherd's car there. It's the Hyundai of Newsham in second place. Laidlaw is in third. Hutchison is fishtailing around slightly as they come down Graham Hill as well. You just see a little bit of a twitch from the blue machine there in fourth position as they make their way along Cupra Straight. There's a Cupra going sideways at the start of the straight. Now that was Mark Smith, the Staffordshire driver, the Alfa Romeo championship winner of many years ago, nearly lost his Cupra as they make their way out of the final couple of corners and up over the line. It's Shepherd from Newsham in second place. What's the gap as they go over the line? It's 1.2 seconds. Third place, it is Laidlaw. Now, is he closing up still? No, I think the gap has stabilised on this restart. Hutchison in fourth place. George Jackson round out the top 5 ahead of Hall, Sargent, Beach, Kerry and Kerridge rounding out the top 10.
And crucially, Shepherd sets the fastest lap on that restart as well. So Adam Shepherd now has the bonus points as well. But Newsham had a purple second sector, so I do think Callum is quicker on cold tyres. He just lost too much ground on the initial restart, didn't he? And now he's having to do it all again just to get onto terms with Adam Shepherd. We'll monitor the sector and lap times with interest. Meanwhile, George Jackson here has got the attentions of Max Hall, who wants to try and reclaim some of the lost ground from the initial start to the race. Remember, started third did Max in the yellow and blue Lincoln Co. and dropped to 6th off the line. Well, he's closing back in now on the Snetterton winner as they head to the timing line. Newsham snatches the fastest lap back, but only about a 10th and a half quicker than the leader. He will need more than that if he's going to challenge for this all-important race win.
Yes, the gap is coming down very slightly, but not enough at the moment. George Jackson coming under fire from Max Hall, and 7th behind them is the Audi there, as they came into Druids. That's Sargent in the Audi in 7th position, number 115. There go the leaders. You can see the first two now starting to get away. Are they going to start to get together? Callum Newsham with a fantastic fastest lap of 48.38. An incredible pace they are setting around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Is the gap going to come down this time through? It was 1.12 seconds. Is Newsham going to go any quicker this time through? Very slightly again, 1.06 seconds is now the gap, as we see a battle further back in the order. Mark Smith having recovered from that half spin. He's got the Gen 1 Cup leader Darrell Wilson behind him, but he will be getting a 10-second penalty, I can tell you, Darrell Wilson, for a false start.
Yes, which I think will be the overtaking that we saw behind the safety car. He'd started racing before the race had begun officially, so that was rather predictably a penalty, I'm afraid, for him. Right, gap down to a second then, as there Jeff Alden keeps his Astra out of the way. There's a great battle developing for third, isn't there, though, between Sam Laidlaw, Brad Hutchison, George Jackson and Max Hall. All four of them coming together, as Sam Laidlaw seemingly is struggling a little bit for pace. Brad Hutchison behind, spoke to his dad between qualifying and the race, and he said that Brad was a little bit disappointed with his qualifying time. Reckon he could have got another 10th of a second out of the car. That would have actually gained him 3 positions on the grid, so tight were the qualifying times, but he was fairly confident he'd go and get those in the race. Well, he's got 2 of them, he's up into 4th, and now wants to try and get that Gen 2 Cupra onto the podium. He's closing in on Sam Laidlaw. The Area Motorsport car doesn't really want to be losing any more points because of that team's championship lead that Area are trying to defend. So a lot of the focus on the top 2 for the overall championship, but this battle for third is of some significance as well.
George Jackson certainly moving up here to try and attack as well on the tail of Hutchison as they go up towards McLaren and Clearways here. Gets the tighter line into the right-hander at Clearways. Max Hall on their tails as well as they head towards the Brabham Straits. Spotted out of the window, Kerridge running wide as they came out of Graham Hill Bend there as well, but he's rejoined. Just over 4 minutes of this sprint for the line to go. The leaders already heading up into Druids Hill Bend. Here they are. The gap is just under a second. Another fastest lap for Callum Newsham that time through. And the gap back to Laidlaw in 3rd place. Hutchison in 4th. He's got Jackson and Hall well and truly on his tail. That's allowing Laidlaw to escape a little into 3rd place, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch the top 2.
No, I don't think so. Bollard there has been wiped out at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. It gets kicked aside, I think, by Will Beach as he came through in the background. But yes, that lead gap is coming down by about a 10th of a second a lap, which is not enough for Callum Newsham. He would need about 9 or 10 laps therefore just to get on turn with Adam Shepherd. He needs to unlock a little bit more speed. They cross the line this time and the gap goes out by a 10th. So Adam Shepherd keeping control of the race, but not yet in a position to win the championship with a race to spare. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Shepherd leads then. Newsham there in 2nd position in the Elantra, giving this everything he's got. If only he'd got away with Shepherd on that restart, I think this could have been a very different story, but now Adam just seems to be sort of calming down. Remember, he is carrying maximum ballast because of his success last time out at Snetterton. Callum Newsham, of course, didn't have a great weekend, therefore isn't carrying quite as much weight in his car there. We get a glimpse of Callum Newsham's old car. Rick Kerry now the proud owner of a Hyundai i30M. That's for 4th position. Things get even closer. Hutchison, Jackson and Max Hall absolutely together.
They certainly are, yes. The 3 cars line astern now as they come out towards Clearways and Clark Kerr. There's 1 car pulling into the pits, that's Alex Jones. Further problems for the number 7 there, just ahead of them. Max Hall pulls to the outside line. I don't think he's going to be close enough here to attack as they come in towards Paddock Hill Bend. There are the 2 leaders heading up Halewood Rise. Laidlaw now on his own in 3rd. It's all about this battle for 4th position. Hutchison holds it at the moment. Jackson trying to look to the inside of Druids. He's not close enough. He's got to attack and defend at the same time because Max Hall is there on his tail in that yellow and blue Lincoln Co. I love the menacing face design, quite appropriate for Halloween, isn't it? So the design on the front of that car, and he's really menacing the back of George Jackson here for that 5th position.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that thing coming up behind you in your wing mirrors, would you? It's a fairly noticeable car, and Max Hall, a pretty lively driver. He tries to get a good tight line out of the corner, but George Jackson is the one who got off Clearways the best there. I think he closes right in on Brad Hutchison, who has to defend the inside line. Jackson's flicked back to the inside as well, but Brad is late enough on the brake mistakes to see off that particular challenge. Runs a little bit deep though, parks the car on the apex. He's a bit slow off the corner. George Jackson might now have a chance to get alongside on the run up the hill. No, slots back in behind the Gen 2 Cupra for now, keeping the Gen 3 Cupra VZ at bay, with Max Hall keeping a watching brief. Max, remember, clashed with Brad Hutchison at Snetterton last time out and received a little bit of a telling off for it, so I'm sure those two, if they do end up battling again, will try their best to keep it a little cleaner. 2 laps to go though, and Adam Shepherd has managed this race absolutely to perfection. He is now 1.5 seconds clear of Callum Newsham, who just hasn't been able to keep up with the Cooper through the second half of this shortened race, and Adam Shepherd well on his way now to yet another race victory.
Max Hall is pulling into the pits. Red shade problems with the Lincoln car. Wondered where he'd gone as the 4th place battle came past our commentary box. Unfortunately, he's pulling into the pits.
Wonder if that's a left front puncture. The left front corner seems to be dragging on the ground slightly. We'll see if we can get an update on that. But that's a shame for Max then, who had been running 6th. That would have put him quite close to the front of the grid for race 2. As it stands, Mark Smith would have pole for race 2, and Darrell Wilson would start alongside him. Darrell said that was his goal coming into today, to be in amongst it in the reverse grid, and that is absolutely going to be the case. So one more lap to go then for Adam Shepherd, who makes his way across the line. Adam Shepherd, who has had not quite the most race wins in TCR Championship history. It's about the only record of meaning that he doesn't currently hold, but he is on course perhaps for win number 14, which would match Lewis Kent's record, the double former champion Lewis Kent, who we've seen out racing in the Civic Cup this weekend. Newsham not able to keep up with Shepherd. What though Davies going on for 3rd? For 4th. That looked rather close.
Yeah, George Jackson got alongside on the outside of Brad Hutchison coming into paddock, but Hutchison was able to hold the line, and he's holding him off as they come down Graham Hill, waiting for them to come into sight. But Adam Shepherd is heading for victory in the meantime.
Yes, he is. Round clearways for the final time. 40 championship points heading the way of the current championship leader. 36 would be going to Callum Newsham. It is not over yet, but this is one hand on the trophy for sure for Adam Shepherd, who wins the first race here at Brands Hatch. Callum Newsham threw everything he had at that, but it wasn't quite enough to win the race. He will, though, still have a mathematical chance of the championship tomorrow. It is Laidlaw of the Sam Variety 4, Brad Hutchison 5th, and George Jackson completing the top 5. Some good battles going on further back meanwhile. Mark Smith here in behind Darrell Wilson, and then it's Greg Saunders. In fact, they're all inside the top 10 now, are they? No, I think Saunders actually had got ahead of Darrell Wilson at the line, but now has been overtaken once again. So we'll get them across the line. This will all decide who will be on pole position for race number 2, and yes, it is going to be Mark Smith 9th and Greg Saunders 10th, because Darrell Wilson has the time penalty. Of course he does. So Greg Saunders actually gets the pole provisionally anyway for race number 2, and that all got decided in the dying moments, Dave.
Mentioning Max Hall, he's tried to rejoin, but I think it was more than a puncture. He stopped in the pit lane exit in a great cloud of steam.
Yes,
so the marshals will have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, well spotted. That's not good news, is it, for Max Hall? Thankfully, the second race isn't until tomorrow, so they've got overnight to get it sorted. There we see it on the cameras now. So yeah, well spotted. That car had attempted to rejoin the race, and clearly there was something mechanically going on inside. The Ben Sharp and the rest of the Ben Sharp racing team are sprinting down the pit lane as we speak to try and deal with the situation. And this Ben Sharp Racing prepared car is going to have a little bit of work to be done to it, I think, tonight. They've brought the big cooling fan with them. They'll appear in shot momentarily, I think, and they're going to try and use that to not cool the car off, surprisingly. Hopefully not too much damage done internally to keep that car out of action tomorrow. Adam Shepherd then picks up a 14th career TCR UK win. He is now 1 win away from snatching the all-time wins record. He already leads for most podiums, most fastest laps, most pole positions, most laps led, and now joint most race wins in TCR UK history, and takes one giant step towards claiming the championship. He will need just 2 points tomorrow to seal the deal. Callum Newsham comes home in second, ahead of Sam Laidlaw, with Brad Hutchison and George Jackson completing the top 5. Luke Sargent, Will Beatrick, Kerry, Mark Smith and Greg Saunders the top 10. Darrell Wilson, of course, had been running in the top 10, but that penalty for overtaking before the safety car restart means he drops to 11th, ahead of Jordan Kerridge, Cedric Block and Jeff Oldham, who was the last car running at the flag. There is Adam Shepherd, though. Well, big smiles, hugs and thumb celebration down at that end of the pit lane, but they are still going to have some work to do in order to completely seal the championship up tomorrow. but he will sleep easy tonight knowing that essentially anything other than a non-finish tomorrow will confirm the championship going his way. The Ben Sharp Racing team begin to diagnose the issues with the Link & Co. But before we dive into what happened with that car, let's head down into the pit lane, shall we, and hear from our race winner.
You just seen some pictures down here. As you can imagine, Adam Shepherd is delighted. Let's grab, sorry Adam, come on, jump over here. Grip on the title is closing ever so much. What a race. It was a monster of a race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The car was so loose at the start, so the safety car was probably a bit of a reprieve to get some more heat into the tyres. It was a bit sketchy, but no, it's good. Pace was good. Once I think I had the legs over Callum, just not taking any risks really, not throwing it off. But yeah, great big lead now. I think we need 1 point tomorrow to secure it. So fingers crossed.
Not quite done yet, but ever so close. So
yeah,
what will it mean if you can get it done?
Oh, it'd mean the world to all of us, the team, 5G Communications. We wouldn't be here without them, my big sponsor. They bought us the car, they've paid for us to be here. Palmer's Motor Company this weekend, Capture Motorsport, who've helped all year. So yeah, been brilliant.
Well done. One last dance. Congratulations on the race. But let's have a quick chat with Callum. I hope we've got time. Sorry, Callum, can I just jump in for a very quick chat? Of course, P2 leaves you with an awful lot of work to do tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but well, we did what we could then.
You're still smiling though. That's what I like to see, isn't it?
I came second. It's not last, is it? So
you don't come last. Come on. Look, big day tomorrow. Of course, you're not out of it. You're going to fight right to the end, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll be there fighting to the end, but it's pretty much out of my hands at the minute. But we'll see what happens.
Turn up, get a good night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. As you can see, the Junior Saloon Car Championship cars, they've made their way on to the start-finish straight here at Brands Hatch already. So let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks Ian, and big thank you to Andy McEwen, who will be back with us tomorrow for more TCR UK and Milltek Civic Cup action. It is now time for race 2 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. Now let's take a look at the championship situation from my calculations from earlier on. As things stand among the 3 contenders so far, Josh Salvadori has 559 points. Ollie Kerr, winner earlier on, has 551. And Wilf Butler, who failed to finish the earlier race with engine trouble, has 499. So I'd say it's between Salvadori and Kerr over the remaining 2 races this weekend for the championship. Due to internet issues, unfortunately, I haven't been able to check if there have been any amendments to the result from earlier on, so my apologies there. But we'll try and rectify that as we go. And I'll update you ahead of race 3, which is coming up tomorrow morning. The grid for race number 2, Wilf Butler is on pole. This is based on the second fastest time in qualifying by each driver. So Wilf Butler is on pole. He is there. The team have been able to rectify those problems from earlier on. Alongside him will be Louis Austin in the 26. Ollie Kerr is on row 2, one of our championship contenders, alongside Jake Wardle, hoping to avoid a jump start this time. Max Scharfegger and Matthew Swatton on row 3, Ollie Smith and Joe Wood on the 4th row. Josh Salvadori all the way back in 9th on the grid. He's got work to do. Martin Wright completes the top 10 and his car has been repaired from his off earlier on. The team have reattached that damaged bodywork and he is on the grid. Leon Holly is back out as well after his excursion at Paddock Hill Bend. He's on row 6 alongside Tom Algar. Row 7, Bailey Roberts and Sherry Ann Powell. The final row, Lexi Powell and Ben Ward. So all 16 cars are there. Had to fairly rushed through these last couple of races because of the light beginning to fade here at Brands Hatch. They're on their green flag lap at the moment. This will be another 15-minute race. The cars come up to the grid then. The white and black car of Wilf Butler will be in pole position. Green, white and black is Louis Austin on the outside of the front row, looking for his first win in the championship. The white car with the red sponsorship, that's Oliver Kerr, with the Simpson race exhausts backing. The black and green car of Jake Wardle, very strong qualifying for the local man. And then on row 3 of the grid, we have the grey and Dayglow yellow car, it's Max Scharfegger, and alongside him it is the Kersley Motorsport car, Matthew Swatton. Back on row 5 we have the red machine, that is Josh Salvadori. Watch for him coming through, the Lightning McQueen look-alike, and as they get underway he's going to have to go like Lightning McQueen. A good start by Matthew Swatton trying to come through the middle there in the red, white, blue. He could get 4th position here with a bit of luck. It is Wilf Butler who leads them away for this 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just managed to glance at the results of race 1, no change to the result there, so it looks like there is provisionally 8 points dividing the top 2 in the championship heading into this one. They go round Druids for the first time then. They've all made it through okay. Wilf Butler already in the clear. Louis Austin in 2nd place. Ollie Kerr is in 3rd. Max Scharfegger's got away well. He's in 4th. And Salvadori's already made up 3 places. He's up into P6. Jake Wardle, much more circumspect, you'll see from the start. He's a bit further back in the order, the black and green number 3. He's behind Leon Holly in the number 87, the man from the West Country, from Cullompton in Devon. At the inside there, Martin Wright, another West Countryman, leans on Ollie Smith in the number 80. Oliver Kerr attacking Louis Austin, trying to go through for 2nd place, and he's done it as they complete lap at number 1. So Butler and Kerr, 2 of our title contenders coming into this weekend, but that retirement for Butler in race 1 has pretty much written him out of the championship, sadly. But he's determined to make up for lost ground. Don't forget it's double points this weekend. 50 points are in, and off goes Martin Wright, exactly the same place as he lost it in race 1. He's spun it, he's avoided the gravel this time, and hopefully can get going again at the tail of the field. Look at the way Matthew Swatton's going, attacking the championship leader, Josh Salvadori. Now, where's he up into? Now, he's up to 5th. He's gained another place there. Austin 3rd, Scharfegger is 4th, Salvadori is up into P5, so Matthew Swatton has calmed down now after that very fast start. He was initially ahead of Salvadori, but now the Lightning McQueen look-alike has got him back. Through to complete lap number 2 then. Over the line they go. Wilf Butler leads the way by 1.5 seconds. He's really on the attack here. Going to the inside is Max Scharfegger. He's on the attack. He wants a podium here, having a go at Louis Austin for 3rd place. He's almost alongside, but not quite, as they head into Druids. This half dozen have broken away from Ollie Smith in 7th place. Then Joe Wood, Leon Holly and Jake Wardle round out the top 10 places. Martin Wright, I can tell you, has got going in at the back of the field. Let's try and see what's happened. He may have yes, he did bounce off Ollie Smith there coming into Paddock Hill Bend. That's what sent him spinning. Smith lucky not to get beached in the gravel. Martin Wright has got going again. He's quite a way behind. Here's Scharfegger attacking Austin. It's the battle for P3. They've got to be mindful that Josh Salvadori is up there behind them, trying to get into the podium places. Ollie Kerr in 2nd place has got his headlights on. Maybe necessary as the light starts to fade here, but he'll try and intimidate Wilf Butler if he can catch him. So over the line they go. 1.8 seconds now the gap between our leaders. So Wilf Butler has checked out fairly well in front, hoping for no return of the problems that befell him in race number 1 earlier on. Kerr is on the attack in 2nd place. Then there's this group battling for 3rd place. Matthew Swatton's not far behind these 3. Wants to make it a 4-way battle for the final podium place. Along the Cooper Straights they come. Louis Austin coming under fire from Max Scharfegger. We see a podium for Scharfegger. Is Louis Austin going to be able to hold on here in 3rd place? Through to complete 4 laps this time. He's further back in the order. Sherry-Ann Powell ahead of Bailey Roberts, who's under fire from Tom Algar, trying to make a move here. The orange and blue car at Paddock Bend doesn't quite manage to do so. Scharfegger at the inside, he's got third position, and Salvadori follows him at Druids. Yeah, you can't look away from a battle for 1 second in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Max Scharfegger made the move coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. He's up to third, and Salvadori up into P4. Now down to the business of trying to catch our 2 leaders. Scharfegger's the spoiler in the pack at the moment, staying ahead of Josh Salvadori. Still your leader is Wilf Butler. Over the line he goes to complete his 5th lap. The lead is up to nearly 3 seconds now. He is really pulling away from Ollie Kerr out in front. There's the fight for third into Paddock Hill Bend. Scharfegger has it at the moment. From a family that have raced everything from Caterhams to Citroen C1s, the Scharfeggers over the years. I've seen Caitlin Scharfegger race in the junior saloons as well. Can Josh Salvadori get through into a podium place? Throws it into Graham Hill, behind him Louis Austin. Things seem to have settled down just a little at the front of the field, but not further back. Jake Wardle having a go at Leon Holly further back there. That's for 9th position. It's the main battle on track at the moment. There's Joe Wood ahead of them in the number 7. The Jam Sport racing car swings his way through. It's Jamie Going's team. Of course, we saw Jensen O'Neill going in the TCR UK race driving for them. Wardle has got that place away. P9 from Leon Holly. Just under 8.5, just over 8.5 minutes still to go. And race 2 of 3 this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. There's Sherry-Ann Powell back in 11th place ahead of Bailey Roberts. In the lime green machine. Oh, and a tangle there. That's the Powells that have tangled together. Lexi and Sherry-Ann. Sherry gets it going again. Good recovery. And Tom Algar has to go off down the grass in avoidance. He was heading for the old rallycross course there. Stays ahead of Ben Ward in the red and blue car behind. They've all managed to survive that somehow, and I think only one change of position. Sherry-Ann Powell half spin there, but she's got it going again. To action everywhere you look in this 16 car field. He's had to allow Martin Wright to make up a little bit of ground at the tail of the field after his spin earlier on. Lexi Powell, the treble 3 car there, sporting the colours of Neil Yates Recovery, the truck racer. Her father, of course, is Stephen Powell, truck racer based within earshot of Brands Hatch. So, can Josh Salvadori move himself into the top 3? It's 7.5 minutes, so just under half the race to do so. I don't think they're going to catch Wilf Butler. He leads by over 4 seconds now. Eager to make up for earlier on. He's got the fastest lap as well, 58.236 for Wilf Butler. And this will close him back up again in the championship. But it depends what his rivals can do. Kerr in second place at the moment will get 44 points. Salvadori in fourth would get 38. So the way things stand at the moment, the gap would be down to just 2 points going into the final race of the year between Salvadori and Kerr. By my calculations anyway, if things stay as they are. Here comes Tom Algar attacking down into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. On the back of Sherry-Ann Powell's number 42 car. Almost got alongside, but not quite. Lexi Powell ahead of them, she's running well. This is the battle ahead of them. Joe Wood being reeled in by Jake Wardle in the number 3. Minutes of the race to go. Battles all the way down the order, but not for the race lead. Wilf Butler is away and gone. 5 seconds ahead now. Ollie Kerr safe in second. Now is Jake Wardle going to make a move here on Joe Wood into Paddock Hill Bend? Leon Holly's closing up on them as well in the 87 in P10. What's the gap between Kerr and Scharfegger? Nearly 3 seconds now, and still Josh Salvadori is not able to get alongside and make a move on Matt Scharfegger. Leon Holly, meanwhile, has got himself back ahead of Jake Wardle. Very forceful young racer is Leon Holly. Almost on the bumper of Joe Wood there as they head along the Cooper Straights to Surtees. Wood holds the place. They come towards Clearways once again. This is the battle for 8th position. Well, there's our leader. We've not seen lots of Wilf Butler in this race so far. The Mooney Hire car continues to pull away. 5.5 seconds clear now. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, so he's going to get maximum points as it stands at the moment from this penultimate race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Been a long and busy season for them, and still Max Scharfegger able to hold off Josh Salvadori. The championship leader is going to be getting frustrated in there, I reckon. Needs to summon up a bit of ka-chow here to attack Max Scharfegger for the 3rd place. Not too much, he doesn't want to overcook it and end up needing a visit from Toe Mater to get him out of the gravel. There's Louis Austin in 5th place ahead of Matthew Swatton. Here's the battle between Sherry-Ann Powell and Tom Algar. Sherry-Ann having recovered from her half spin earlier on Druids. There's Ollie Smith, none the worse for a bit of contact with Martin Wright earlier on. Leon Holly has got ahead of Joe Wood. In fact, Joe Wood's lost 2 places in there. He's dropped behind Holly and Wardle. Further back, Lexi Powell, I see, has got ahead of Bailey Roberts as well. They're having a good scrap. So all the scraps are in the lower reaches of this field with just over 3 minutes to go. Wilf Butler is increasing his lead all the time over Oliver Kerr. Now, the gap between Kerr and Scharfegger was 3.2 seconds. Has that come down as they come over the line this time? No, it's about the same. Battle was on between Algar and Powell. This is the 3rd place battle. Max Scharfegger is driving a superb defensive race here. Continues to frustrate the championship leader, Josh Salvadori. Now he's turning up the weak. You saw him get closer there through Graham Hill Bend. Their lap times are identical last time through. Car has pulled into the pit lane, Martin Wright, unfortunately, so his weekend of disappointment continues. And now Salvadori indicating there as he came through Clearways, is he signalling to Max Scharfegger which side he wants to go through? Scharfegger won't notice, he won't be looking in his mirrors too much, I don't think. It's getting closer and closer though. Was Scharfegger a little bit sideways there, coming into Paddock Hill Bend? Very slightly, I think, but he's held the place. Top 2, I think, are safe barring any mechanical maladies, Butler and Kerr. It's all about this 3rd place fight as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Still Scharfegger holds off the championship leader. As things stand at the moment, there's only going to be 2 points in it. With Ollie Kerr in 2nd place, it's going to be Salvadori on 5.97 and Kerr on 5.95 by my calculations. He'll want a bit more of a cushion ahead of this final race of the year coming up tomorrow. Salvadori, we're desperate to get through on Max Scharfegger. We're not quite into the last lap yet. Penultimate lap is underway though. The leader's already going towards Druids. Wilf Butler nearly 7 seconds up now. He's going to make up for his retirement earlier with the victory. It looks like it will be P3 in the championship this year for Wilf Butler, barring any disasters tomorrow in race 3 for Salvadori or Kerr. Still Salvadori can't catch Max Scharfegger. Leader is now coming round to begin his final lap shortly. Still got one more truck race to come, of course. If anything, Scharfegger's actually pulled away a little bit there, I think, coming out of Clearways towards Paddock Bend. Well, here's our leader. It's going to be a flag-to-flag win for Wilf Butler. Here he comes, the man from Tadley in Hampshire. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Ollie Kerr safe in second. There is Kerr in the background with the headlights ablaze. Salvadori still on the attack, but he ran wide there, coming through Graham Hill Bend. He was on the curbs. It's going to be a win for Wilf Butler. Here he comes through Clearways for the final time. It's going to be flag to flag for the number 70, making up for the disappointment earlier on of a non-finish. Albert extinguished his championship chances. Wilf Butler wins race 2 of the weekend here for the junior saloon cars at Brands Hatch. Oliver Kerr will come over in second place, and that very much keeps his championship challenge alive because Max Scharfegger takes third place. Salvadori, the championship leader, only fourth. Louis Austin is fifth, ahead of Matthew Swatton. Ollie Smith in seventh, and this battle for eighth is going to go all the way to the line. Leon Holly just hangs on ahead of Jake Wardle. Joe Wood is 10th. And then further back, it looks as though Lexi Powell is going to top the battle for 11th. Good drive by Lexi, ahead of Bailey Roberts, Sherry Ann Powell. Behind them, it's Tom Algar. And Ben Ward will be the final finisher. So provisional result then, a win for Wilf Butler over 7 seconds clear of Ollie Kerr. He's pulled away into the distance from pole position, and Josh Salvadori down in fourth. Now he gets 38 points. So Wilf Butler, the winner, gets 52, having taken fastest lap, and Ollie Kerr will score 44. So provisionally, Josh Salvadori has a lead of 2 points going into the final race of the year tomorrow, with Wilf Butler a further 44 points back in third place. So that's how things stand at the top of the championship. Louis Austin completing the top 5 there ahead of Matthew Swatton, then a gap back to Ollie Smith, Leon Holly, Jake Wardle and Joe Wood. Good battle between those three, and Lexi Powell a good 11th place ahead of Bailey Roberts, Sherry Ann Powell and Tom Algar. Fine battle between them. It's Ben Ward who completed the finishers, and of course we lost Martin Wright into the pits. So next up it will be the British Truck Racing Championship. I don't think we'll be able to hear from our race winner because looking out of the commentary box window I can see that the cars are heading straight back into the outer paddock. They have not stopped at Parc Fermé, and we will have the British Truck Racing Championship on circuits very shortly for the final race of day 1 here at Brands Hatch. Hopefully we can get our interviewers into the outer paddock down there, and we will be able to hear from our race winner Wilf Butler and hear from our other contenders on the championship situation heading into the final race of the year tomorrow. So I think we can head down to Ian and the team down there as the cars head back to the paddock.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. I'm just trying to see the whites of Wilf Butler's eyes there, and I think he might be a little bit emotional actually after that one. Well-deserved race as well. It has been a bit of rotten luck of late, but not anymore for Wilf Butler. I'll let you get your helmet off, Wilf, because we'll have a quick chat. A well-deserved victory indeed, and just makes things a little bit sweeter, doesn't it? Talk us through that one.
Yeah, just got a good gap from the start and just kept on pushing myself through. And yeah, just getting used to dry track, because obviously this weekend I haven't driven it after DNF in race 1, so yeah, good to get used to it and then pump some laps in.
You just seem completely in control. What would you say is one of your best drives this season?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, big gap behind. You can't really ask for much more. Like flag victory. So, and I knew that record, I think. So, yeah, really happy.
I can see that. Well done, Will.
Cheers.
Perfect way indeed. Let's have a chat with Ollie Kerr. Now, I don't know if he knows, but by our mathematics, this makes him the new championship leader. Unofficial, by the way. Don't take that as gospel. Me and Vicky were just having a quick chat about it. But again, another big step towards the title.
Obviously, it was good points and it was another step to the title. Unfortunately, we didn't get that win. We just didn't have, I think, have the pace in the car or me. But no, a good race nonetheless.
I mean, did you come into this weekend? What was the expectation? Did you think, yes, I can do it? You've shown consistency. You've shown speed all season long. It seems to really now be coming together right here at the final time when it matters most.
Obviously, we came into the weekend knowing we could win it, and it'd be nice to win it. But I think we just kind of came here and just took every day by every day, and every session by every session.
One more to go, Ollie. One more to go. Get a good night's sleep, won't you? There you go. Look, trucks heading out as well, aren't they? It sounds good. Let's grab Max for a quick chat. Max, can we have a quick chat with you? We saw lightning speed from you in race one, and now it's finally paid dividends, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that, yeah.
Look, what can we do tomorrow?
Just do the same again and happy with that.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us, Max. Congratulations. Josh, can we just grab you for a very quick chat if we can? You were hassling Max right at the end, weren't you? Still in the title, though. It's going to go down to tomorrow. Are you excited?
No, not really. No, no, I'm not happy with myself. I didn't extract the most I could out of the car. Just yeah, we need to review it and see what we can do tomorrow.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Double points again tomorrow. One last chance, Josh. Go smash it. Have a good night's sleep, won't you, as well? We'll see you tomorrow. There we go. Right, stay with me, everybody. As you can see, here we go. One more race to go today here at Brands Hatch. What has been a spooky weekend, hasn't it? Yes, Halloween yesterday. We've seen plenty of action today. The drivers have plenty of tricks up the sleeves, but who is going to end the weekend with the ultimate treat of the championship? The British Truck Racing Champ. Commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Okay, one race to go here at blustery Brands Hatch, and it really is quite gloomy out there. Now our cameras make it look a little bit lighter than it actually is. So the grid will be forming up very shortly then for a second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. We'll hopefully have all 19 trucks back out there. As we say, we are missing one of the original entry of 20. No Simon Cole due to commitments with his new business. So the front row of the grid, it will be Ryan Smith on pole this time in Division 1 with race 1 winner David Jenkins alongside him. On the second row, Neil Yates. Great effort in qualifying from Neil. Great shame he pulled up in race 1. Martin Gibson alongside. Row 3, Stuart Oliver and Nathan Smith. I'm not sure if Nathan is eligible for points in this event. We'll have to confirm that with the officials, because I wasn't told until the first race got underway. It was in fact Nathan in the truck and not David, so apologies there. Row 4 is Ricky Collett alongside Stephen Powell, then Michael Oliver and Adam Bintz completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6, it will be John Bowler, sadly hobbled this weekend by gearbox issues, alongside Tom O'Rourke. And then on the 7th row, it will be our Division 2 leader Callum Eason, now leads the Division 2 Championship after that win earlier on. Willem Bredick alongside him. Remember, he is not eligible for points. He is a guest runner, the Dutchman. Row 8, Bradley Harvey alongside Jake Evans, further back on the grid than he would have wanted to be. The 9th row, Sammy Oyanen and John Powell, the Division 1 runner, dropped out of the earlier race, and Archie Handy will be at the back driving his father Simon Cole's Iveco. It'll be a 15-minute race. And they're just going to beat sunset, I think, when this one gets underway. Sunset scheduled for 4:30. We should have all 19 trucks out there on track now. My calculations of the points place Ryan Smith on 481, Stuart Oliver second on 444 after the opening race earlier, and David Jenkins on 434. There are 84 points maximum available from the remaining 4 races this weekend. John Bowler and Michael Oliver are now out of title contention. John Bowler only 8 points in the first race. He's 100 points behind. Michael Oliver's 9 points behind him, so they cannot now win the Division 1 Championship. In Division 2, there's just 1 point between Callum Easton and Jake Evans. I believe Jake Evans got the Division 2 fastest lap in race number 1. I'm going to try and bring up the result now so I can confirm that in just a moment. So I think there's just 1 point in it there, and Sami Ojanen is on 415 because he was the 3rd highest scorer in Division 2. Of course, he didn't finish in the top 3, but Willem Bredig is not eligible for points. Bradley Harvey's on 376, so remains in mathematical contention. 4 drivers who could win Division 2. There's been a couple of disqualifications, in fact, from the race earlier on. Stephen Powell was disqualified, number 3. This doesn't affect our championship contenders, incidentally. Stephen Powell was disqualified, so we may have to do a recalculation of the points scored in race 1. Powell was for not respecting black and orange flags. We saw his truck emitting smoke, so that's why he would have been given the black and orange flags. He did not pull in. Adam Bint was disqualified from race 1 for overspeeding. He exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. And also Archie Handy was disqualified from race 1. His truck was found to be underweight, under the weight limit at post-race scrutineering. So 3 disqualifications from earlier on. Now, I've now got to go through and see if that's affected any of the championship battles where they've been moved up in the finishing order, any of our championship contenders. I don't think they have. So I'll just do a quick calculation while the trucks are lining up. John Bowler gets a couple of extra points, that's the only effect there, but it still puts him 98 points behind Ryan Smith, so he's not in championship contention now. So onto the grid then for race number 2 of the weekend. Mentioning fastest lap for the extra point in Division 2 in race 1, it was Willem Bredig. That doesn't help, so I'm going to work it out again because Bredik's not scoring points. I think it was, yes, Jake Evans was the fastest lap for a point scoring driver. Anyway, we'll go back to the mathematics later on because the GT Tyres MAN is leading the round. Ryan Smith on the pole this time alongside his arch rival David Jenkins. It'll be another 15-minute race. Neil Yates and Martin Gibson on row 2. I would imagine they won't stop on the grid this time. They will just probably keep going to get this race underway. Now I know the trucks raced at Le Mans this year, but that certainly wasn't a 24-hour truck race. But we're racing into the night. Racing into the night is meant to be the event at Brands Hatch next week for the Brit Car Endurance Championship. Oh, they are going to stop on the grid, I think. The pace truck is slowing them. They've all got their headlamps on, including that light bar we saw on the top of John Powell's truck. The only exception, I think, is Adam Bint. I can't see any lights on his Mercedes. This is certainly going to be a very atmospheric affair, whatever happens. As we say, our cameras make it look a bit lighter than it actually is out there. Grid is formed up then. Ryan Smith, the championship leader, alongside David Jenkins. Watch for Stuart Oliver from the 3rd row. Could we see Neil Yates on the podium for only the 2nd time this season? Callum Eason leads Jake Evans by a single point in Division 2. Pace truck leads them up towards Druids. to see Nathan Smith well up there in 6th, the white and blue MAN, raced for the rest of the season by his father David. See Nathan hopefully in for a full campaign in next year's championship in that truck. Ricky Collett always strong here at Brands Hatch, the yellow MAN. It's alongside Stephen Powell. Racing into the darkness here at Brands Hatch. We've got all 19 trucks out there for round 31 this year of the British Truck Racing Championship. 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts about to be unleashed. Will Ryan Smith take his first win of the weekend? No grid penalty for him this time. Ace truck begins to head into pit lane. Smith and Jenkins on the front row. Ryan Smith going for his 10th consecutive title this year. Unprecedented feat in British motorsport. Neil Yates looking for a podium on the second row alongside Martin Gibson. Here we go then, the power about to come on. The revs are up and away we go. The pack is unleashed down towards Paddock Bend. The front row have got the jump ahead of the rest of the field. It's side by side between Smith and Jenkins. Into Paddock for the first time. There's problems further back. That's Tom O'Rourke. Tom O'Rourke goes off. There was somebody else involved on the inside. Now hopefully O'Rourke can get that going again. There's more problems at the back. I think somebody's spun. Oh, it's Jake Evans. Jake Evans has tangled with Bradley Harvey. That's one of our Division 2 championship pace setters, and the race is stopped. The red flag comes out. The race is lost there on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Tom O'Rourke collided with, it was one of the Team Oliver trucks, and looking out of the box window, it's Michael Oliver who he had collided with. But this could be crucial in Division 2. Jake Evans is facing the wrong way at Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Oliver is reversing into pit lane. I'm not sure on the legalities of that. He collided with Tom O'Rourke, and I think it was Bradley Harvey who Jake Evans tangled with into Paddock. He's got the MAN going again, so that will be, I think, a full restart. While there is still daylight enough. So let's have a look again what's happened there off the line. Let's look further back. It was towards the back of the Division 1 grid there. Tom O'Rourke. Well, Michael Oliver slowed up anyway. I think Tom O'Rourke may have clipped the back of John Bowler on the outside because Oliver was to the inside. He just came to a stop, and there's the tangle, taking out the number 10 of Jake Evans. But he's got it going again. There's a piece of Michael Oliver's truck. He clipped the end of the pit exit, I think. He's now reversed into the pit lane exit, out of the way. Let's have a look again. See at the top of the shot, there's Oliver slowing up. He pulled to the right. I don't know whether there'd been any contact just before that with Tom O'Rourke. But then further round, let's see if we can see what happened to Jake Evans. Oh, he just got walloped by Bradley Harvey. Archie Handy goes round them in the gravel. We know who that belongs to. Jake Evans is in the pit lane, and this could literally put a big dent in his Division 2 championship hopes. Now that must be where why Michael Oliver was slowing. I missed that. He must have hit the pit wall. Goodness me. And that is why, when the trucks get underway, nobody is allowed to stand in pit lane. So Michael Oliver just run out of room on the inside there and scraped the pit wall, so that's why he stopped. Now, if there is damage to the pit wall there, this race could be prevented from restarting because there's not much daylight left. No indication on the timing screen as to what's going to happen at the moment. There's the damage to Michael Oliver's truck. So, pit wall is being checked by the officials from Motorsport Vision at the moment, the owners of Brands Hatch, just to make sure it is safe. So Jake Evans' truck we can see being checked in pit lane. Again, no update on the timing screen just at the moment, I can tell you. The rest of the trucks are waiting on the grid, so I think we're going to get a restart. Oh, it's just come up on the timing screen. This session will not be restarted. I've just had a notification on the timing screen. The race is not going to be rerun. Now, does that mean the race is going to be postponed until tomorrow? Well, you can't start racing until 10 AM here at Brands Hatch, and then there's a full programme of races going through until sundown. So I'm not too sure if they'll be able to fit it in tomorrow. But it does come up, does say now on our timing screen that this session will not be restarted. So I think that is end of play for day one here at Brands Hatch. There is just, I think, not enough daylight left to rerun this race. So let's have a look again. Watch a little further back if we can. See if you can see what happened to Michael Oliver. Just out of shot to the right there. He must have got squeezed. I reckon he got squeezed towards the pit wall, possibly by Adam Bint. There we see him go off, and he clips the end of the pit exit there as well. Meanwhile, Tom O'Rourke went off to the outside, and then further round the Division 2's just tangled up as well. So the trucks will now leave the grid and head back to the paddock. As we see again there, Bradley Harvey colliding with Jake Evans. And we'll have to wait news if the timetable is going to be revised for tomorrow, so we can have 4 truck races tomorrow instead of 3. Well, the schedule as it stands at the moment for tomorrow, we open at 10 AM. We start with the second race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. That's followed by the British Truck Racing Championship, the second race for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy, then the finale for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and then the British Truck Racing Championship will follow TCR UK. Mini Challenge Trophy, the Civic Cup and the British Truck Racing Championship round out the day's racing. maybe another truck race to fit into all that. We'll have to wait and see if there's room on the timetable. Well, that's about all for day one here at Brands Hatch then. That's about all from me, so thanks very much to everyone here at Brands Hatch, the volunteer marshals, the recovery crews, medical staff and everybody else here at Brands Hatch here on day one. I'll see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for the start of the action on day two. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard. I'll head down shortly into Parc Fermé to Ian and Pointy to close off for today.
Yeah, we are in the outer paddock here, as you can see. This is the damage on Michael Oliver's truck. Look, as they're just making their way in, look at that. And of course, damage to the wall up on the pit straight. So confirmation, yes, this race is not going to run. Ryan Smith is just coming past me behind the camera. He goes through as well. Pointy's running down as well. Here he comes. We'll link up with Pointy in a minute. He's making his way down. We'll keep the camera on Michael Oliver's truck at the minute. Pointy, I'll let you catch your breath for a second. Come on, let's go for a little, because you've just legged it all the way from the infield here. And I don't know if you've seen the damage on Michael Oliver's truck, but come around, have a look. And yeah, they...
Earth has happened to that? That is absolutely destroyed. The cab has been peeled back. We've lost panels here, which would have been a window on a standard cab. The door, of course, we've seen is still at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah.
I think the only thing left intact is the wheel and the transponder flashing away on the chassis under there. We've got broken windscreen. The front pillar is bent. This is going to be not out tomorrow, I would have thought. What an absolute shame, travesty for Michael Oliver. He's had a pretty good year, really, all in all.
Yes, let's move around here, because it's getting quite active down here, isn't it, Pointy? Yeah, confirmation then. The race, well, what will happen now, Pointy? I mean, you're a little bit more in the know, because we've been down in the outer paddock waiting for the trucks after the race. We were due to interview them up in the outer paddock, but of course the race cut short. You've been in the inner paddock. Do you have a clue as to when this race is going to take place? Because it's not going to be today.
It certainly is not going to be today. So, I mean, in the past, it's been a situation where if a race does get abandoned at this stage of the day, as long as it's within curfew, they'll fix it up and we'll get going. Tomorrow's race package is very, very tight already. And of course, we've also got the fireworks at the end of the night as well. Noise and light curfew at this time of year is going to be a lot earlier as also. So I don't even know whether we will get to see race 2 here at Brands Hatch.
Well, we will let you know as soon as we know. You mentioned fireworks. It was 27 seconds of fireworks there, wasn't it? Wow. So yes, that sadly ends the day here at Brands Hatch. It doesn't end the weekend though. We will be back tomorrow for, fingers crossed, 4 races for the British Truck Racing Championship.
Maybe 4, yeah.
Maybe 4. We have the season finale, 1 final race of the season to go for the TCRs. We've got Civics back in action, 1 final race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. Track action will be decided, and of course the Mini Challenge Trophy as well. All to come up live tomorrow with the British Automobile Racing Club, with the British Truck Racing Championship, and of course TCR UK. Wherever you're watching, please hit that like button, please hit that subscribe button. Thank you to you for for tuning in today. Thank you to the marshals as ever and the crew around you bringing you these live pictures as well. Pointies, thank you to you as well.
And if anybody out there watching this online happens to see or find any footage of what actually happened, because no one's got a clue. Even the marshals were like, why is that part there? Don't know. So let us know. Comment it below, send it to us on Instagram, British Truck Racing Championship Official. We'd love to see what on earth just happened.
Yes, dare I say it was Halloween yesterday and there was a bit of a horror show right there, but we will be back live tomorrow from just before 10 o'clock. Make sure you come back, tune in. It is going to be a firecracker of a day, and also we're also going to be bringing you the fireworks right at the end too to round out the season. So thank you for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. We'll see you then.